Okay, we should be good to go.
Okay, I would like to call the February 11th, 2021 Development Commission meeting to order. We will begin with the usual Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, first on the agenda is the review of the East Franklinton Plan Overview.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening to present the East Franklinton special parking area. My name is Amanda Ford, and I oversee the Policies and Strategies team for the Division of Parking Services. With me tonight presenting, I have Jackie Yeoman with Planning and Development and Chris Prizzuti, our Chief Zoning Official. So we understand we have a pretty lengthy agenda ahead of you this evening, so we're going to try to get through this as quickly as we can and give you plenty of opportunity to ask any questions that you have. So quickly, just the agenda, we'll quickly review the strategic parking plan. We'll go through the proposed code changes and rules and regs changes that would be required to create a special parking area. We'll cover some stakeholder outreach that we've done and then talk briefly about next steps. So as you can see, sorry, can everybody mute their phones, please?
Yes. I'm sitting here just watching the news. I'm getting ready to watch Flintstones at 6 o'clock.
So as you can see on the screen, it's a little tough to read because it's so small, but we wanted to give you some idea of the roadmap for Franklinton. In 2019, Parking Services wrapped up the citywide strategic parking plan that evaluated parking in the downtown, Franklinton, University District, and the south of downtown neighborhoods. So the plan provides kind of a roadmap and a toolbox to address different parking related issues so that we as a city can provide consistent parking policies and manage parking across the city. So here's the roadmap for Franklinton and some of the areas that it addresses. So it kind of prioritizes parking strategies in a tier 1, 2, and 3. So the top priorities are creating a special parking area and then modernizing parking requirements, which is what we'll talk about tonight. It talks about adjusting potential meter time limits and adding additional paid parking to create turnover for all the commercial activity that's being built in East Franklinton. We all know that this is becoming kind of a hot little pocket area, so we want to make sure that those businesses are able to thrive. It talks about managing the curb for pickup and drop-off locations for things like Uber, Lyft, on-demand food service, and just deliveries in general. And then it also makes some recommendations about shared parking agreements, private-public partnerships, all related to managing parking supply. So all these recommendations kind of work together to balance the needs of all users, to increase parking supply, and just more efficiently manage parking within the district. So I'm going to let Jackie talk next a little bit about some of the benefits of creating the special parking area and also some of the concurrent conditions in East Franklinton.
Thank you so much, Amanda. Good evening, everyone. So as Amanda said, my name is Jackie Yeoman. I'm with the Planning Division in the Department of Development, and we've been working as a team to put together this special parking area for East Franklinton. And the benefits of the special parking area are that it's going to create a consistent, predictable parking standard outline and process. It will continue to support the walkable urban neighborhood, but it will provide built-in parking reductions. We've also included in the code update some ways to encourage preservation of existing historic buildings. And we're going to be able to use the special parking area to capture the value of parking and then invest that back into parking solutions and other mobility solutions. And this will eliminate a parking variance process. So really quickly, just for background, East Franklinton is covered by the East Franklinton zoning district. It is a mixed-use zoning district, most similar to downtown. And as a part of that zoning district, there is the East Franklinton Review Board. The East Franklinton Review Board currently has the authority to grant parking variances through the certificate of approval process. So currently, if somebody wants a parking variance in this district, they're not going through the standard traditional process for that. they're really just asking the board for that variance at the same time that they're asking for approval of their project. And additionally, the current mixed-use zoning district already has some built-in parking reductions. But what we've seen over the past 7 years is that because of the existing fabric of the neighborhood and because the base parking code does require so much parking, most projects are going to be asking for parking variances. And really the board and just what we've heard in general is that they'd like a more consistent process. And they just want to get this into a place where it's straightforward and everyone knows what to expect. And so that the board and staff aren't having to make calls about certain projects being parked, zero parking versus others having to provide some. And so it's just going to really smooth out that process and make it more, equal across all applications of what they'll be allowed to do. Additionally, again, we're going to be able to capture the value of those parking reductions through this process. You want to go to the next slide, Amanda? So I'll just say really quickly what we're proposing in terms of code revisions. So we will be creating a special parking area section in the zoning code for East Franklinton. And this is going to be very similar to the special parking area in the short north in terms of parking reductions. So essentially everything in the district would receive a 50% reduction off off-street parking requirements from the base code. Outside of that, if it was anything that's residential, so extended stay hotels, 2-3 multi-unit dwellings, 1 space per unit. And then outside of that, we're looking at 0 parking required for single unit dwellings, retail less than 2,500 square feet, art galleries, artist manufacturing, artist workspace. And reason for the art galleries, artist manufacturing, and artist workspace, that's based in the recommendations of the East Franklinton plan that was adopted in 2012 that really recommends this area being redeveloped as a creative community district and trying to support artists and those smaller type of uses that are permitted in the district. So that's what the parking requirements will now be in the code. If an applicant wants additional reductions on top of this, that's where they would pay an in lieu fee, and Amanda will talk about that in a couple of slides. But if you go to the next slide, I'll wrap up. So the other changes that we're going to be making, we will be updating the East Franklinton zoning district. So we will take away the East Franklinton board's authority to modify parking, and instead it'll be regulated by the special parking area. We are also adding in, as I said, to encourage preservation of existing historic buildings. We're adding into the East Franklinton zoning district a provision that if an applicant is reusing an existing historic structure, they can qualify for an additional 50% reduction on the base of the special parking area parking requirements. And if they are actually listed on the Columbus Register and therefore would in the future have to go to the HRC for review for any modifications exterior, then they would be eligible for 100% parking reduction. And the primary reason for this is that we know there are a lot of existing buildings that don't have they just don't have existing parking on site because they're historic. And we want to make sure that we're not encouraging demolition, but instead of encouraging preservation. So that's the summary of the code changes, and then I'm going to pass it back to Amanda. And as she said, we'll take all questions at the end.
Chris, I just want to give you an opportunity. Is there anything you wanted to add to the code changes since they are zoning code changes? I wasn't sure if there's anything you wanted to add.
No, thanks, Amanda. I appreciate the opportunity. So far, you and Jackie have handled everything perfectly. I just wanted to point out, though, that I just realized that it's been a full 4 years since we presented the Short North Special Parking Area to the Development Commission. And it's been in place for that long and very successful. So we're very excited about introducing the East Franklinton Special Parking Area. And thus far, all of the outreach has been very positive, and we're very happy to bring this before the board today. And of course, we'll be available for any questions afterward.
Great, thank you, Chris. And I just want to also reference that, this doesn't apply to any existing properties or projects that are going on right now. This is only future projects and expansions. So I think that that's one question that I've actually gotten quite a bit from not only developers, but some community members is, what does this mean for me as either a homeowner or a business? And there is no impact today on any of these businesses, developments, anything like that. This is all future development and expansion. So I always try to remind folks to keep that in mind, that there's nothing retroactive about this. It really is to address future development. So along with the code changes does require us to create some rules and regs to address in lieu fees, maximum amounts of parking that we would let a development pay for use of the funds. So in creating the rules and regs, one of the first things we address is in lieu fees. Obviously that's part of creating the special parking area. When there's a deficiency that can't be met, you have to pay a fee in lieu of providing the parking. So we set the residential and the commercial at $15,000 per space. We know that parking really ranges. It's a pretty wide variety of costs that they've come up with over the years of what it costs to actually build parking, and so we understand that some spaces in a structured garage may cost $25,000 to $28,000 a space, where maybe a surface lot is closer to $15,000 to $18,000 a space. So understanding the cost of parking and the value of it, we set the residential and commercial at $15,000 per space that a project would be deficient. We do include bicycle parking in that. It's $100 per space, but what we typically find is projects are willing to kind of overbuild the parking for the bicycle, which is a great thing. We want to encourage bicycle use. We do write some provisions into the rules and regs that says basically that we're only going to let a project pay for so many spaces that they're deficient. The last thing we want to see happen is a project come in that maybe has quite a bit of financial backing, and maybe they're short 50, 60 spaces and have the ability to pay for that. The goal is to get projects to provide required parking now that we're modernizing and right-sizing the parking requirement. So we set in some maximums that we would allow a project to pay for before it would require a special review. So as you can see on here for residential, it can't be greater than 25% of the required parking in 15 spaces. So we're really trying to minimize the overall impact, knowing that we've reduced parking standards. On the commercial side, it's about 25% in 30 spaces. So anything that's greater than those maximum amounts that we would allow the parking to be paid for, it actually requires it to go back to the East Franklinton Review Board. So there is still involvement from the review board. So while we're not doing parking variances through them anymore, anything greater than what those reductions are, we would require the development to go back to the review board and gain support for that project. If the review board can't support it, go back to the drawing board and figure out how you can get that parking reduction within the maximum amounts we would allow you to pay for. So they would go back to the East Franklinton Review Board. We would also reconvene the internal committee. So that's myself, that's Jackie in development and her team, that's Chris Prezzuti and his team. Traffic management was also involved in this. We would bring our internal team back together to also review the project along with the recommendation from the East Franklinton Review Board and make that recommendation to the Assistant Director of Parking to determine whether we were going to allow that project to pay those fees. So we've tried to build in some safeguards for projects that may have substantial financial backing and have that ability to pay their way kind of out of the parking. We want to minimize that impact. So as part of creating the special parking areas, the money that is generated from those in lieu fees go into a special parking area fund strictly for East Franklinton. So within the boundaries, a couple slides ago, there was a map. So that's the map of the special parking area. That money stays within that area. So all that money, any money that's generated from the in lieu fees stays in East Franklinton. That money can't be spent in other parts of the city. It stays there. And all the funds can only be used on things that focus on parking and mobility enhancements. So that could be a variety of projects from crosswalk improvements, bicycle facilities, streetscape projects, parking enhancements, shared parking agreements. So there's a variety of things that money could be spent on, but it must be focused around parking and mobility. In order to use those funds, we do create a kind of a special parking area committee that's made up of representation from the district. So that would include the East Franklinton Review Board, the Franklinton Area Commission, the CID, the Trade Association, there's an arts district. It also includes some representation from development and parking as well to make recommendations to the Director of Public Service on how to spend those funds. We do write in a special review provision for those projects that are maybe cultural, institutional, or affordable housing. Obviously, we don't want to discourage that type of development in the area. So, and we understand that they may not have the financial backing to pay those in lieu fees. So what we would do is a project that met the criteria of one of those, that cultural, institutional, or affordable housing, they would bring their application to our internal committee again. We would review that information. We then have the opportunity to reach out to the commission, the review board. We have an opportunity to gather some input and feedback on the project. And the director would then have the ability to determine if they wanted to reduce the amount of the in lieu fee or how they might want to move that project forward. So we don't want to discourage those types of uses because we understand the value they bring to the neighborhood, but we also want to be cautious sometimes of the impact that they may cause as well. And finally, any project that doesn't support any decision made about a project that's outside the maximums or those special review cases, they can appeal to the Director of Public Service if they don't like that decision. The Director of Public Service would review that case and make a final determination. As with all rules and regs in the city, we always have that appeals process for when, you know, the applicant doesn't like the decision that was made. Kind of our next steps in our outreach. We've been busy meeting with lots of folks to chat about this project and get support. In November, we did meet with the East Franklinton Review Board, and they happily supported moving the project forward. In December, we not only met with the Franklinton Area Commission Housing and Development Committee, but we met with the commission as well in January. So we've received support from both groups. We held a virtual meeting with key developers in December. Obviously, we know that there's some key developers that do most of the work in East Franklinton. We did meet with those developers, present the plan. We got no pushback. We got positive feedback from them about moving the project forward. And they saw pretty much basically everything that you saw today. So we've not made any changes to the plan based on any feedback that we have received. As I said, it's been very supportive. We also sent some email notifications to some other key stakeholders, some businesses and other organizations. A few of them did reach out to me, had a couple of questions, provided, you know, responses to all those in a timely manner, and once again, didn't get any pushback. Obviously, this February, we're meeting with the Development Commission, so hopefully we can gain support tonight to move the project forward. Our next steps will be holding a City Council public hearing in March, and then taking that legislation forward after the hearing. So ideally, if we had a first reading in March, second reading in April, the special parking area would be implemented in May. So I know that's kind of a quick review of the project, but we want to be respectful of your time tonight and understanding you have a busy night ahead of you. So I'd like to open it up for questions.
I'd like to comment. I think this is a great plan. Everybody likes to know there's some predictability when they come to a city for development. This gives them a roadmap, and I especially like the minimum and the maximum so that nobody just takes advantage of overbuilding. And I think you've really put a lot of good thought into this, and it's very practical. John?
I'm going to disagree with your opinion, Mike. I find this to be, you know, looking back at the Clancy Goody study from 2012, one of the issues was to retain the grittiness of Franklinton area. I just think this is the cart before the horse. I think by instituting this, you're skewing the table to money developers. You're going to get, if you really want, you know, Disney World out of Franklinton, then go for it. But I think you ought to look at it a different way in planning. And I think you ought to be buying parking lots down there for surface parking that are set up to be multi-purpose. so that you could have, you know, food truck events and sponsored events down there that are going to bring people down there while it's still developing. I think that the COVID issues that we've got right now, I realize that there's still money in development, but I think we're going to feel a pinch at some point. And if you know, you're all singing from the same hymnal, but if this goes in by May, I think you've, I think you've tried to institutionalize something rather than looking at other planning aspects for the development there. And, you know, going down and visiting, there's no grab for land at the moment down there. You're way ahead of the game, and I think that you could have a better strategy than just to make it fit in with in lieu parking fees. That's my opinion.
This is Jackie. John, can I ask a follow-up question to your comment? So are you saying that you feel like this is going to prevent small developers from coming in because they can't get to zero parking? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that, look, you're going to have it. I don't, you know, you're going to have the I'm really familiar with the Short North stuff. So I just don't see that it's the same application. And I think that that the overall plan for East Franklinton needs to take advantage of some of the open spaces and have more park-like endeavor down there to and have an opportunity to have some things that happen, like you know, they used to have the food truck Wednesdays. I'm not sure whether that's 4th, but at any rate, you know, I just think you're starting to get this a little too regimented for what the overall plan was for Franklinton.
So, I mean, good comments. I think that we don't anticipate this changing the fact that there is still a lot of open land there, and that a lot of, you know, the food truck events have been initiated by private property owners, and we don't really see this preventing that at all. I will say that the East Franklinton Review Board, you know, I think this is actually going to allow more flexibility. I think they're feeling enough pressure at this point where they're starting to push back on these parking variances. And so we feel like this is actually going to open the door a little bit more than the board may feel comfortable with moving forward. Not a direct, you know, answer to everything you're saying, but just a follow-up comment.
Your opinion.
Okay, do you have any comment?
Actually, it's a question. I'm not sure who said it, either Jackie or Amanda. What did you say the fees that are collected will be used for?
The fees collected go into a special parking area fund for parking and mobility enhancements in East Franklinton. So the money stays in the district within the boundaries of the special parking area, and they can be spent on a variety of things. Like I said, I think I mentioned streetscape projects, enhancing pedestrian crosswalks or bike facilities, parking related, you know, improved parking and shared parking agreements, different things like that. So the money has to stay in the district, but it has to also be spent on parking and mobility. So it gives you some flexibility to be creative with the funding, but understanding that at the end of the day, the focus has to be on parking and mobility enhancements.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure if the money is going to be available for city-wide development, but instead it's going to be specific to the district.
Yes, it stays in the district, you know, and ideally, it never generates any money. You know, ideally, based on modernizing the parking requirements, that every developed can meet those parking requirements. You know, ideally, that's what we want to see. So ideally, you don't generate a whole lot of money in it, but it gets development thinking about how do we, you know, get the development we need, but also get some of the required parking that we also need to make these developments happen.
John's comments, is there a mechanism for the city to reserve some spaces that can be kept as multi-purpose, flexible, adaptable spaces that aren't covered up by concrete and steel for individual uses, but something that creates a pattern in the area that makes it lively and interesting and changeable?
So you're talking about surface lots versus in a structured lot?
It may be surface lot, but then someday it may morph into a structured parking once things really become denser.
So there are, individual property owners that do have surface lots, and they use those lots, I think, in the way that you're talking about. The city, as far as I know, we haven't discussed like going in and purchasing lots for surface lots. To be honest, we're a little bit leery of getting things started as surface lots because they often tend to stay that way for a very long time, and we'd rather see businesses and residences go in. In terms of, that's, you could agree or disagree, but I just don't think there's been conversations about buying surface lots from the city's perspective. I will say that there are public parking spaces in the Rich and River parking garage and in the Gravity 1 parking garage, and there will also be public parking spaces in the Gravity 2 parking garage. So there are, in terms of actual parking spaces being provided, but not in terms of like what you're talking about in terms of like flexibility of using those spaces for more creative purposes.
Jacqueline, just the Gravity parking lots are at the extreme north end of this thing. They're on the other side of Broad Street. Just look at like Louisville, look at a Olmsted plan and shrink it so that it does something with connectivity in Franklinton for the pedestrian and the alternative kinds of perambulation that you want to have happen there. You can get a couple surface lots and then you can pay them off with the in lieu money instead of building some sort of parking structure down the line like you've done, at the south end of the short north, and make something work. Make something clever instead of something regimented.
That's the goal of this actual setup, though. Is so the parking garages, Amanda can correct me if I'm wrong, but the intention of this fee and the creation of this fee is not to build more parking garages. So those were done as separate agreements, economic development agreements. The goal of this fund is actually to do what you're talking about, John, to be more creative with how we think about mobility and different ways that we could use it. So if that's something that comes out of the committee in the future to look at, how can we use surface lots, that could be something we look at. So yes, our intention is not to build more parking garages. That's not what we're hoping to do with the funds that would come out of this.
Okay, so you could take a lesson from Franklin Park, maybe. Although, who knows? I'm just saying that I just find this to be a little bit too institutionalized, and not kind of with the idea of the organic development that people had proposed, 8 years ago with the Goody Clancy study. So that's all. Thanks for listening to me.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Well, I think we need a motion to send you forth to your next level in the process. And this is an ongoing work, and it will be tinkered with and adjusted as time goes forward. But I think you've got to start here. You've heard some input, and
Mr. Chairman, it's Marty.
Yeah.
I share John's concerns. I live in the Waterford Tower, and I can walk, across to River and Rich, and that's going to be my neighborhood. So I'm being selfish here. And I would really caution some of those concerns. I just don't want to see it, be done incorrectly before we have a chance to correct it. So that's just a concern. I think what John's concerns were stated, I share. I'm not as knowledgeable as you architects are, but I do share that concern because that's my neighborhood. So I'm selfish about it. Just saying that.
Well, we'd entertain a motion to request additional study before this goes to city council.
I would second that if you move that, yeah.
All right, I think this is,
I'll so move if that's helpful.
all right. With that in mind, we have a motion on the floor to request that the study be carried a little deeper with the idea of refining the direction and the design, the connectivity, and all the features that have been discussed earlier in this presentation. We've got a motion and a second. We need to have a voice vote in order to see where these 5 votes will carry. So, Shannon, could you give us the voice vote?
I'm actually going to be doing the voice
Call
vote,
the roll.
so I'll get it started.
Go ahead, Tim.
Yep. John Ingwerson,
Yes,
Yes, to bring it back?
correct.
Okay.
Kea Mukwe,
Yes.
Marty Anderson,
Yes.
Amanda Golden,
Yes, but not before I tell Jackie and Amanda that I think that they've done a great job and they've really are trying to do, and I do applaud them for that.
and Sheriff Fitzpatrick.
And I also agree with Amanda. This kind of thing keeps people interested in bringing money to Columbus and development to Columbus. I agree that we should try to raise the bar as high as we could raise it. If I lived in the high rent district over in that area, I'd be a little bit more in that sanction as well. So I'm going to vote as well. Please come back with a little more refinement and a little more definition to raising that bar to the context of the community as it relates to parking. I think you're on the right track, but I do agree that context would make it so much better. Okay, we have a big agenda tonight, so we need to move on to our zoning cases. Beginning with case number 1, Z20-091, 840 Michigan Avenue.
Just giving Haley a moment. Chair, I didn't know if you wanted to take care of any of the tablings first.
Oh, that's a great idea. Let's have a voice vote. We need to table 4 cases tonight. Case number 8, case number 11, case 18, and case number 20. They all need more time. Motion to table those 4 cases.
So moved.
Second. Somebody second it.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. All those in favor of tabling the 4 cases, 8, 11, 18, and 20, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, those 4 cases are tabled to the next possible hearing.
Sorry, I was an aye. I had not unmuted Shannon. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
We're
Okay.
just have a kitty cat face on the screen.
I know.
I'm upside down.
I'm working on that, Chairman. I'm working on the cat face.
I was impressed.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was too.
Michigan Avenue.
God.
Are we ready to roll on Michigan Avenue?
Yes, we are.
Okay. The 0.62 acre site consists of one parcel developed with a partially constructed building in the M Manufacturing District and is subject to BZA 15-084 and BZA 17-143 for reduced setbacks and parking for a proposed 29-unit extended stay hotel building with 1,741 square feet of drinking establishment space. The requested AR3 apartment residential district will allow the partially constructed building to be completed as an apartment building. To the north is an office building in the M Manufacturing District. To the east, across Thurber Drive West, is an apartment complex in the in the AR1 apartment residential district. To the south, across Buttles Avenue, is an extended stay hotel development in the M Manufacturing District. To the west, across Michigan Avenue, are an office industrial building in the M Manufacturing District and an apartment complex in the AR2 apartment residential district. The site is located within the boundaries of the Harrison West Plan, which recommends office commercial land uses for this location. The site is located within the boundaries of the Harrison West Society, whose recommendation is for approval. Concurrent council variant CV 20-105 has been filed to reduce the required parking from 81 to 41 spaces and to reduce the building and parking setback lines for a proposed 54-unit apartment building. That request will be heard by City Council and will not be considered at this Development Commission meeting. I would like to note that the Division of Parking Services has approved a parking study for this proposal and can support the requested parking variance. The requested AR3 apartment residential district will allow a partially constructed extended stay hotel building to be completed as a 54-unit apartment building. The proposal is not consistent with the office commercial land use recommendation of the Harrison West Plan. However, given the changing nature of land uses in the immediate area and the fact that the building is under construction, multi-unit residential development is consistent with the mixed-use typology of the area and is supported. Planning Division staff notes that the proposal is located in an area that is walkable and used by pedestrians and bicyclists, and has reviewed building elevations and a revised site plan that includes additional bicycle parking and parking lot screening for the concurrent council variance application. Therefore, staff's recommendation is for approval, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions, comments? Okay, traffic, Dan?
All traffic issues have been addressed.
And Recreation and Parks?
All questions have been answered.
Okay, great. Is the applicant here? Shannon. Is Mike Shannon here?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chairman,
Do you have
thank you.
anything, Mike, that you want to add to the staff's presentation?
I'd be happy to address any questions, Mr. Chair.
All right. Do we have any speakers on this? Shannon, do you know of any?
Nobody signed up to speak. I don't see the Harrison West Society chair here, so I do not think we have any speakers.
All right. You have a staff approval, you have the area commission approval, and no opposition here tonight. Or I believe we can call the roll.
Dan Wukwe,
Yes.
Marty Anderson,
Marty's muted. Maybe skip Marty for now and we'll come back to her.
All right.
Amanda Golden,
Yes.
John Ingwerson,
Yes.
Marty unmute yet?
I'm trying.
No. Oh,
There she
there he
is.
is.
Sorry, yes, I apologize. My computer is not helping me. Apologize.
And Chair Fitzpatrick.
I will vote yes as well. So you are approved.
Thank you very much.
Let's go forward to case number 2, Z20-097, 6051 Sawmill Road.
The 1.39 acre site consists of one parcel developed with a fast food establishment in the CPD Commercial Plan Development District. The requested CPD Commercial Plan Development District will revise the site plan to permit a building expansion and the addition of a drive-through canopy. To the north is a eating and drinking establishment. To the east across Sawmill Road is a shopping center. To the south is an automotive parts store, and to the west is a department store, all within the CPD Commercial Plan Development District. The site is within the planning area of the Northwest Plan, which recommends mixed use 2 at this location, a commercial classification with residential uses supported. The site is also located within the regional commercial overlay. The site is located within the boundaries of the Northwest Civic Association, whose recommendation is for approval. The CPD text proposes C4 commercial district uses and includes development standards addressing setbacks, lot coverage, access, landscaping and screening, building materials, and lighting controls. The text also includes a commitment to a site plan and proposes variances to parking lot trees and RCO parking lot screening requirements to reflect existing conditions. A right-of-way exception request has been submitted for the requested 20 feet of right-of-way dedication area along the site's frontage. Pending the outcome of the exception request, the setbacks in the CPD text will be adjusted accordingly. The requested CPD Commercial Plan Development District will allow a small building expansion and the addition of a drive-through canopy to an existing fast food establishment. The CPD text permits C4 commercial district uses and includes a commitment to a site plan which reflects the expansion area. The request remains consistent with the mixed 2 recommendation of the Northwest Plan and the adjacent commercial development. Therefore, staff's recommendation is for approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, traffic issues, Dan?
No traffic issues beyond what was in the staff report.
And Kathy, any comments?
No comments from Recreation Parks.
Okay, are there any speakers on this? They have Northwest Civic approval and staff approval. Speakers?
Alan
Seeing
Wiley
none.
is here.
Who?
Alan Wiley, the agent for the applicant, is here.
Okay, add it. Would you like to add anything to the presentation?
No, just happy to answer any questions if there are any.
All right. I believe there are no questions and you have achieved approvals at 2 very important levels. So let's just move on and call the roll and get you out of here.
Marty Anderson,
Yes.
Amanda Golden,
Yes.
John Ingwerson,
Yes.
Kay Onwukwe,
Yes.
and Chair Fitzpatrick.
Yes, you are approved.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Case number 3 has been postponed till a future date. That brings up case number 4, Z20-099 4465 Cautela Drive, and I need to abstain. So John, the session is yours.
Okay,
You ready for my presentation?
absolutely.
Okay. The 58.3 acre site consists of 5 parcels, 3 of which are developed with single unit dwellings, all pending zoning to the R Rural District upon annexation from Blendon Township. The requested PUD4 Planned Unit Development District proposes 3 subareas. Subarea A will permit a 156-unit multi-unit residential development on 27.8 acres. Subarea B proposes 1 single-unit dwelling on 7.95 acres. And Subarea C proposes 2 single-unit dwellings on 2.45 acres for a total gross density of 2.76 units per acre with 3.35 acres of provided open space. The site is predominantly surrounded by large lot single-unit dwellings and undeveloped wooded land in Blendon Township. To the north of the site, a single-unit subdivision is being constructed in the PUD6 Planned Unit Development District. To the south across Central College Road is a multi-unit residential development in the PUD4 Planned Unit District. The site is not located within a planning area, but is subject to recommendations of the Columbus Citywide Policy Design Guidelines. Additionally, the prevailing low densities in the area and the guidance of the adjoining Northland Plan Volume 2, which recommends 3 units per acre, were considered during the review by the Planning Division. Staff support for this development proposal would need to be consistent with C2P2 guidelines, including clear delineation of preservation and natural feature areas, including the tree canopy, wetland, and any site elements in place marking their preservation to prevent encroachment from future development. Site design that avoids housing units backing up to open space, and integration of open space as an organizational element throughout the development, including sidewalks on both sides of the street network that are connected to internal paths, activating open space areas as appropriate. This site is not located within the boundaries of a civic association and falls outside of the Rocky Fork Black Lake Accord implementation panel area. The PUD text commits to a site plan and proposes AR12 apartment residential district standards for subarea A, including development standards addressing maximum number of units, access, private streets, sidewalks, open space, landscaping and screening, and building elevations. The text also proposes R1 residential district standards and tree preservation in subareas B and C, and connectivity between subareas A and B. A traffic access study is still pending review by the Division of Traffic Management, and additional traffic-related commitments may be required. Furthermore, the following conditions need to be met if motor vehicle connectivity is not provided between subareas. Sidewalks should be provided on both sides of the street network of subarea A. A commitment be provided that pedestrian and bicycle connections shall be permitted between subarea A and adjacent properties upon rezoning and redevelopment with a multi-unit residential use. Locations will need to be identified on the development plan that could be reconfigured for such potential pedestrian and bicycle connections between subarea A and the area northwest of subarea A, between subarea A and subarea B, and between subarea A and subarea C. In addition to what is dimensioned in the development plan, right-of-way dedication of 40 feet from the center line of Lee Road will be required for the portion of subarea B that fronts Lee Road. The requested PUD4 Planned Unit Development District will allow a multi-unit residential development containing 156 units and 3.35 acres of open space on one subarea, while retaining 2 single-unit dwellings and permitting a third single-unit dwelling on 2 adjacent subareas. Planning Division staff does not support the proposal as presented. Although staff is appreciative of any land that is committed to tree preservation, further measures such as a conservation easement would be requested in order to consider said tree preservation as part of the density calculation for the primary build-out site, subarea A. Staff does not consider areas of single-unit dwellings outside of a conservation easement appropriate to be used as part of the density calculation for subarea A. Staff notes that for subarea A, alternative site designs that would allow for increased tree preservation at the north end of that subarea are requested, and that a density of approximately 3 units per acre is supportable. As presented, excuse me, the density for subarea A is 5.6 units per acre, and there is therefore not supported. Expanding subarea A to allow for increased tree preservation is a potential avenue to reduce density, as an inclusion of conservation easements for high-quality tree stand on adjacent properties. Planning Division staff also appreciates the inclusion of alley-loaded style units in subarea A. I'm going to try to mute this person. Hang on, sorry. Could everybody please mute themselves? I don't know who the culprit is. Okay, I think I got it. Staff is also supportive of the building elevation renderings and continues to encourage additional alley-loaded units that do not present a garage to the primary street, as well as providing sidewalks on both sides of the street. Several conditions stipulated by the Division of Traffic Management regarding connectivity and sidewalks also remain unmet. Therefore, staff's recommendation is for disapproval, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Anyone have any questions for Shannon? Traffic, Daniel?
To add to what was in the staff report, the access to Central College Road is under the jurisdiction of the Franklin County Engineers Office. So while a traffic study is still pending review, ultimately the county will be in control of what improvements might be required. Also, there is a project under design to improve the intersection of Central College Road and Lee Road. And so any improvements that might be required with this development would have to be coordinated with that project. So that's just some additional context from the traffic perspective.
Thank you. Kathy Parks?
Our comments have been included within the planning comments, so they've been captured.
Okay. I do have a question for you, Shannon. If a parking study is still required, are we doing this conditionally again, or is this something that we can act on?
The traffic impact study is pending review, I believe. There is no parking study for this. There's not a parking variance. Planning Division doesn't support the request as presented, so staff's recommendation is for disapproval.
Okay. Okay. Do we have any speakers for this?
Nobody emailed and said they want to speak, but I did receive 2 letters of opposition, which were in the supplemental packet from adjacent neighbors.
Okay. Is the applicant available to present?
Yes. Good evening, everyone. My name is Aaron Underhill. I'm with Underhill and Hodge. I'm an attorney representing Trepless Communities, and with me this evening is Stephen Hicks. He'll be speaking shortly. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Wanted to give a brief overview of, I think, the project itself and where we are with respect to Trepless has successfully completed and is completing in several locations throughout Central Ohio, but for the first time in Columbus proper. It's an age-restricted community with ranch-style for-rent units ranging generally from $1,900 a month to $2,500 a month, which to the quality of the product here. Trepless was awarded the National Association of Home Builders 2020 Best of 55 Plus Living Housing Award for their project in Pickerington. So we really believe in this product, and it's been recognized nationally for being unique and of a good quality. The plan here that you see tonight is a culmination of many months of work with the city staff. So we were disappointed not to receive a recommendation of approval. That's not to say that we haven't been making progress in addressing some of their concerns, because we have. For instance, we've made a shift of a good deal of open space to the front of the project where there's visibility at Lee Road and Central College Road at that intersection. We've changed the design of some buildings to provide for rear loading of those. These will all be private streets, but we particularly made those changes again in the areas that would be viewable from off-site. And so from looking from Central College and Lee Roads, largely you'll be looking at garages on them. We added landscape buffering along some perimeters of the project. Stephen will speak in a little while about a town hall virtual meeting that was had previously with the neighborhood. We tried to address some of their buffering concerns. But the designs and layouts are time tested and have really been received well in the market. So we really believe in the plan we're bringing forth. So I think there are 2 main concerns in my mind that planning has raised. One is the one relating to tree preservation, and truth of the matter is on those, Shannon, I don't know if you're able to pull up our slide presentation and bring up the site plan perhaps on there.
We gave you the presenter capabilities, Aaron. Do you want to run your presentation, or do you want staff to run it?
Would you mind?
Oh, looks like Eric's doing it.
As the plan is presented, you'll see that we have not only the sub area that concerns the development of the age-restricted community, but we are preserving 2 existing single-family homes. There we go. Thank you, Eric. And north in this instance is to your left, but you see those red hashed areas. There's an existing home to the top of the screen that is being preserved and will continue to be under the ownership of the group that is selling to Trepless. That is here again, east on your eastern direction, but north of our project on your screen. And then the other group or the other property owner that wanted to be a part of this are the Thatcher family. And they have a desire to come into Columbus to get services, and they have built a home on this property, but in the rear of their property, which is directly to the left of our project here. They are wanting to downsize and build another home there and sell the other one. But as a part of all of that, we are making commitments to protect and preserve the trees on those properties, especially there's a strong commitment in the text to preserve the mature trees. We were a little puzzled by the request to provide conservation easements. That seems to be another step above and beyond what is typically done. If I were to guess, I think that possibly that request was made to ensure that future owners or buyers of these properties perhaps have noticed that we've provided that protection in the public record. And, you know, oftentimes we as home buyers, we don't go and check the zoning on our property. So we would be willing to roll up our sleeves and possibly even just file an affidavit of record on these properties that would alert any potential purchasers to the zoning requirement, and that they could be subject to violations or fines if they were to cut down any trees. And we think that would be a compromise that we could probably live with here rather than going to the full route of a conservation easement. The other thing that I think is probably even a bigger question as between us and planning is that they are even though there's no plan for this area or no governing civic association or area commission, they've said 3 units an acre is a limit here. And we have proposed all in with all of our sub areas 2.7 units per acre, but planning has taken the position that we are only to calculate density on a sub area per sub area basis, and therefore they see us exceeding the 3 units an acre. But I think this problem could be easily rectified if, you know, if we want to draw some different lines on a piece of paper to make sub area A include a different amount of acreage, that math will probably work out ultimately. But I don't think practically speaking it will have any effect. We do believe that we have largely met the majority of the C2, P2 recommendations, and there are two items in there that recommend general land use policies relating to residential. One states as follows: density is typically measured in terms of dwelling units per acre. The calculation includes the area of the entire site, including internal roads and open space. That's what we've done here. It also says density calculations allow for clustering of units on a smaller portion of the developable site to accommodate natural resource preservation and larger open space designations. Here again, we think we've accomplished that. I'll close with this, that applying a 3-unit maximum to all product types, regardless of sort of the nature of a residence, is probably not the right thing to do here, and it's a little bit flawed in its application. There's a difference between the density of a project and its intensity. 3 units an acre of single family, which is probably the viable alternative here that planning would support, would bring with it likely a 2-story product rather than a ranch style. Up the road from here is Hoover Farms that MI is developing with 2-story residences. We think a ranch style here is really beneficial for the neighbors and less imposing upon them with new development. Also, those units are likely to be 3 to 4 bedrooms in nature if they are single family, but here we have 1 to 2 bedrooms. So there are going to be less people residing here. Obviously, with an age restriction in place, there will be a benefit to the schools in that they will not be educating very many kids from this community. But most interesting to me on the intensity issue is this. We had Todd Stanhope, our traffic engineer, prepare an analysis of what a project with 3 single-family units per acre would generate on a daily basis traffic-wise versus our proposal. And you can see here that daily we're at about a 35% rate of what a single-family project would provide, and even better at peak AM and PM times. And so we believe overall the project, while it could be viewed in one respect as being more dense than what planning recommends, on the other hand, it is less intense and therefore should be supported. So with that, I'm going to turn it over for a very brief presentation from Stephen to talk about the product in a little more detail.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, members of the Development Commission and everyone that's tuned in tonight. I will be brief because I understand you have a very busy schedule, but I did want to make sure that we had time to just discuss our product a little bit. And you know, Trepless Communities is an active adult community developer. We build communities for residents who are 55 and older, for active baby boomers who are looking to find a place where they can age in place. Our units are all ranch style units. There are 1 and 2 bedroom. They come with, they are universal design. And what that means is we design these units and the entire community for residents so that they can age in place. There's no steps. There's no steps in the front of the unit. There's no steps internally. Within the units, there are roll-in showers. We do things like we have grab bars that double as towel bars, so they don't look like grab bars. So everyone feels, they can feel young and active in these communities. We have a commons building with about 4,000 or 5,000 square feet of activity space, lots of amenities, community garden, everything that is designed to help people get out of their units. And in normal years, when we're not dealing with COVID, socialize with others that are of similar age and interests. So Trepless Communities is designing a product to be able to meet the needs of a lot of these baby boomers that live in our communities that are looking to downsize from their single family home and move into something that is more flexible, something that meets their needs, something that meets their lifestyle. And we compete a little bit against obviously everyone's single family home that they're living in, but also against independent living. We don't provide any healthcare or meals, but we do have a product and a community that is designed to meet people's needs as they are aging in place. And all of that kind of feeds into why we believe we're a very responsible suburban infill location like this, and believe that, you know, as Aaron mentioned, there's a difference between density and intensity. This is a senior community for residents that can help hopefully maybe even leapfrog an independent living type facility where they can, you know, make their own meals, have a large unit to be able to live in with an attached garage. And so we are very thankful for everyone for attending the meeting tonight and appreciate your consideration on our proposal. Thank you.
Okay, so it doesn't appear that we need to make any further motions or any questions for the applicant from the commissioners. Hearing none, call to vote.
Mr. Chairman, before we were to call the vote, I mean, I think if I may, we would love to get a little bit of feedback on the point of view of the in terms of the density and the tree preservation and those things that we think were concerns with the from planning that we believe we've addressed.
That's completely fair.
Chair, or Vice Chair, I should say, it looks like somebody from the neighborhood would like to speak.
I guess they need to introduce themselves, and they get 3 minutes, the same as City Council. And if you could invite them in, that would be good.
Mallory North, did you want to speak, or perhaps Brad Corbett?
Yeah, this is Mallory. My husband and I can go first. Hi, everyone. Thanks for your time. Yeah, we live on an adjoining property, and the reason we moved out here was kind of got like an estate lot feel, the wildlife and the trees, obviously. I think with this community coming in, I think it was zoned originally for acre lots, and now we're looking at putting three houses into that 1 acre, which would kind of be, in my mind, a little too much and kind of take away from that feel of the nature and everything that we get to look at a daily basis. Let alone that the traffic over here, try getting out in the morning or at night would be a little crazy, adding that community right there just on the corner. I think it would add a lot of congestion. So that's just my opinion. I understand that you guys are going to try your best to preserve what we have back there, but with the wetlands and everything, that creates a whole ecosystem that is just amazing to wake up to and just enjoy. So that's my opinion. I appreciate your guys' time. Thank you.
What's your name, sir?
My name is Andrew Nortz.
Thank you.
Do we have another speaker?
This is Brad Corbett, if you can hear me.
We can.
I own the historic home at the corner of Central College and Lee Road. So a lot of my concerns are with road improvements, but obviously this development contributing to some of the requirements for that road improvement. So my first question for Trepless is, do you own sub-areas B and C or just A?
Trepless is in contract. B is so.
You're breaking up a little bit.
But we're under ownership. Maybe you could take it.
Yeah, I'll try to relay the message. Hopefully I got the better internet connection. Trepless Communities is in contract to purchase sub-area A. The sellers of sub-area A are retaining sub-area B, and then also sub-area C is a separate ownership that would like to be a part of the development and the annexation, but we are not in contract to purchase sub-area C.
Okay. And I guess my concern as an owner is the density of those homes at 3. If you take it over just sub-area A, and I don't know what the legalities are, but it seems odd to be able to calculate density over sub-areas B and C that Trepless would not own. And Shannon, I believe you've recognized that. So I guess I just want to get the city's feedback on that, how you could use sub-areas B and C that aren't owned by Trepless to calculate that density.
So it's not the city that disagrees with how a PUD works. They just disagree with how this PUD is designed. So with a planned unit development, you can have multiple parcels. Think of a single unit subdivision that's subdivided, and there might be 120 owners, and they're all part of that same planned unit development. The planned unit development as a whole is looked at with the number of units per acreage of that planned unit development site. So that is how the overall density of 2.76 is calculated on this planned unit development. But as I said, my colleagues at the planning division do not feel that the spirit of meeting the 3 units to the acre is met with these very large lot single unit dwellings and then this 28 acre multi-unit residential development. They feel that it's disappointed and don't feel that density overall is considered in that space.
Well, I'm sure I speak on the behalf of the neighbors in the area that it would be very different to what is in the area, as well as the architectural design of these is much different than what is in the area with the slanted roofs and more contemporary look. So that'd be the only comment I would make. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Don, there's a Tom and Diane Svet that would like to speak regarding this.
That would be the third speaker. Yes.
Yes.
Good evening. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to us. We are homeowners on Lee Road. Our backyard looks into the property that in question or in the discussion here. If you take Hollandia Road, Central College Road and Lee Road, it forms kind of a squared off U. And so this area that they want to develop is in all of our backyards. And we purchased this property so that we could actually live in a more open space and not have so many people around. And we have wildlife in the back that lives in the back. If this development is allowed to continue, it will be what we all look at from our back windows, an apartment complex in the middle of 1 acre residential homes. And then you drive off the animals that live there, and where are they supposed to go? It's just, it doesn't make sense to me. The architecture of the buildings don't match the homes around here. And it would be such a sore thumb in the middle of everything else.
Yeah, I would also like to add that, all this land here currently is a wooded area. It is not clear. And when they talk about trying to save trees, well, everything is trees here. It is all wooded. There's nothing flat and clear in here. Maybe a small little bit here and there, but really not. So the idea of trying to put this great big density into an area that they'd have to clear the entire 28 acres, which is not farmland, it's wooded. It's wooded preserve. Well, not preserve. We'd like to see it that way. But, putting this type of density and everything around here is 1 unit per acre. This doesn't make sense. Just because you can put it in on paper doesn't make good sense. I think it's a waste.
And the other thing is, we're so far away from everything. We don't have sidewalks that take us to a grocery store or a shopping center. You have to drive. So it doesn't even make sense to put this kind of community out here, because once they venture out of the community, they're on a 2-lane road that, is got hills and you can't walk it. So it doesn't even make sense. And, we purchased this property in good faith that it would remain rural. Okay. And that we would have these vistas to look at for the rest of our lives, as long as our homes were here. And it doesn't make sense to put an apartment complex in all of our backyards to look at. I wrote this in my letter, but there's a line from a song from the 1960s, and the sentence says, "Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you've got till it's gone? You take paradise and you put up a parking lot." Okay, and that's what I feel like. You're taking paradise and putting up an apartment complex. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, could you respond to the applicant would the applicant like to respond to any of the speakers first, and then if the commissioners would like to weigh in, that would be great. Aaron or?
Yeah. Aaron.
Can you hear me?
Aaron, your connection's really bad.
Okay. Could I call in?
I think he's going to call in. Stephen, do you want to speak to any of the?
Yeah, while Aaron's calling in, I'd be happy to try to do my best to address some of these concerns. We anticipated obviously that when new development happens, that some folks have some apprehension about the change in the community. We had a town hall meeting. We tried to do normal town hall meetings. Unfortunately, this last year we had to do a virtual town hall meeting. So we're aware of some of these concerns about change in the neighborhood. And I think what some of our responses would be, especially in regards to the density or the amount of traffic and issues like that, is to try to point that this is an age-restricted community. You know, this is a community that's designed for residents to be over the age of 55, and the amount of traffic impact that would generate versus 3 units an acre of single family is significantly less. About a third of the amount of traffic would be generated by this project. In regards to how it's calculated, the single family homes that are a part of this development are being zoned for 1 single family home in each one of those sub-areas. Sub-area B and sub-area C has 2 single family homes. I think the sub-area B is approximately 8 acres and sub-area C is a little over 20 acres. So those are very large, very nice single family homes that will help improve property values within the area on very large lots. We are trying to do our best to follow the city's design guidelines in regards to clustering the development into a smaller area within the overall development so that there is more open space. And then in regards to trees, we understand that there are some mature trees. We have an exhibit in the packet to help explain that. There was a field that was farmed and was not maintained for a period of time. So there are some scrub and things like that on that parcel. But we're trying to go above and beyond to preserve wetlands on the site, also to preserve a perimeter boundary of trees around the site. We have responded to staff's comments to enlarge the setback on some areas of the site and increase the amount of trees and buffer between our project and the single family homes behind it. So we're trying to do all the responsible things that we can do to ensure that we're creating a product for residents who are 55 and older, who live in that area, who live in that neighborhood, that would like to continue living in that neighborhood, that has a home that now meets their needs in regards to accessibility and connectivity to their community and to their neighbors. So we're doing our best to try to address that. And Aaron, if you're back on, if you wanted to take over any other comments that you had.
Yes, thank you, Stephen. The only thing I would add is, you know, some of the zonings in the area that Shannon mentioned in her report are PUD 6. We're at PUD 4 here, so this is not unusual for this area to have more than 1 unit per acre. And here again, I would ask the commission to consider, the alternative of single family homes that are, that's a very likely use for this site if this isn't it. And I know we all are. We all like our neighbors and their treed properties, but here there'd be nothing today stopping this property owner from cutting down all of the trees. So this will ensure that a lot of them in perpetuity are going to be protected. And, I think the intensity here again of this versus what else could be here with single family is actually a good thing for the area.
Okay. Commissioners, feedback to the applicant?
Mr. Vice Chair, if I'm not reverberating here, I'm more interested in planning's concerns and maybe asking planning to respond to the applicant. The thought that folks 55 years of age and older don't drive is only just a little amusing, but that's not the issue here. I'm more concerned about planning's negative response to this. And Shannon, I don't know if that's you or someone else on your staff. I'll mute myself.
Planning Division could not join us this evening. I pretty much stipulated all of their comments in the staff report, so I don't have anything additional to say. I think they gave some criteria where they could support it. If sub-area A was expanded to include some of those tree preservation areas, that would in effect lower the density of sub-area A if the site itself was enlarged. If the sidewalk system was included on both sides of the street, And then I believe traffic, the Division of Traffic Management wanted certain commitments in the text about future connectivity to adjacent properties should they ever redevelop, and also wanted some better connections between the three sub areas. So without those happening, staff's recommendation is staying in disapproval. If the applicant wants to explore some of those comments from those agencies and work those out, that's up to them.
Okay, thank you.
My question is to Aaron and this is K. Onkwe. My question is to Aaron and Stephen. Am I getting the idea that you are reluctant to address the issues the planning division raised?
Well, I think that the answer to that is I think there are some we may be able to address, others that we may not. I mean, if we want to draw the sub-area lines differently on a piece of paper to make everybody feel better that, you know, the density applies to a sub-area, I mean, I think on the ground it doesn't mean anything differently. So that's something I think we can address. And I think, you know, while we may not go so far as a conservation easement, we could probably dig in a little more with Planning Commission to understand what their concern is with doing what we do in nearly every other zoning, which is just commit to a tree preservation zone. But, you know, within reason, we're willing to roll up our sleeves and address some of these items. But, you know, for instance, drawing the sub-area lines differently, I don't know what that does to change what is actually on the ground. But here again, that's an easy fix.
I think personally, I would like to at least make an attempt to address some of those issues. So if that means that we have to table this, that'll be my suggestion. But the issue the planning department raised, I think, are numerous for us to overlook.
That's fair enough, and we would much prefer to do that again and come back to you than to receive a negative vote tonight. So we're more than willing to do that, but we did want to get some initial feedback, and I appreciate yours.
Amanda?
I also am siding with planning in that I'd be interested in seeing a little bit more finessing of the proposal. And I am interested in understanding, I understand all the limitations of a conservation easement, but I also think it's an interesting opportunity for you to do something really interesting and unique in the city. And I think it could be something.
I guess I would weigh in and just say that you definitely need to address spot screening. Obviously, in some areas, you've got a heck of a lot of screening, and in other areas, maybe not as well defined as they could be. And I think you need to work with those neighbors, especially given the fact that, you know, we just can't have the meetings that are face-to-face where things get hammered out a little easier. I do like the fact that it's very low height, that this thing sits in behind single-family residential and sort of hides, and that it has a good planning basis for how it works internally. Again, we face these issues all the time, and about 4 or 5 more of them this evening are the same issue, but a whole different scale. But it applies to all of them. How do you treat your neighbors when you're asking for increased density, especially in sort of rural residential areas that have been rural residential for a long time? So I would encourage you to table and try and work some of these out and get planning support, and also define those conservation areas in a method that would guarantee preservation.
Okay, very good. Well, we certainly appreciate the feedback and you being willing to give that to us, and we will request a tabling.
So do we have a voice vote on tabling, or a motion to table, please? Sorry.
I so move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. You are tabled. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Case number 8. No, I'm sorry, 5. 5, 6, and 7.
Is our fearless leader back?
Yes, I had to unmute myself because I was getting a little noisy here. Very well done, Mr. John, and commission members. Case number 5, Z19-087, 3735 Easton Way.
In your supplemental packet is an updated site plan. The 59.16 acre site consists of 5 parcels in the CPD Commercial Plan Development District and the LM Limited Manufacturing District. The site is mostly vacant. The applicant requests a new CPD district to permit a mixed-use development with an increased height district of 200 feet to make the development consistent with the development standards of the overall Easton development. To the north and south of the site are commercial developments zoned in the LM Limited Manufacturing District and CPD Commercial Plan Development District. To the east is undeveloped land in the LR Limited Residential District. To the west is commercial development in the CPD Commercial Plan Development District. Concurrent CV 19-120 has been filed to permit ground floor residential uses in the newly established CPD district. That request will be heard by City Council and will not be considered at this Development Commission meeting. The site is within the planning boundaries of the Northeast Area Plan, which recommends mixed-use regional retail, office, and light industrial land uses at this location. The plan also recommends that parking be hidden and located to the rear of the building. The site is located within the boundaries of the Northeast Area Commission, whose recommendation is for approval. The CPD text establishes use restrictions and supplemental development standards that address building and parking setbacks, minimum and maximum parking requirements, landscaping, and street trees. Variances to allow reductions to building and parking setbacks, reductions in and an elimination of the minimum and maximum numbers of parking spaces required, modification of parking lot screening requirements, and for parking and loading spaces to be located on different parcels than the uses they serve are included in the text. The CPD plan depicts setbacks and a parking ratio for multi-unit residential uses. The requested CPD Commercial Plan Development District will allow future mixed-use development that is consistent with both the design standards of the overall Easton Town Center development and the Northeast Area Plan's recommendation for mixed-use regional, retail, office, and light industrial land uses at this location. As reflected in the text, Planning Division staff have requested ample landscaping at street and parking areas that front along the street, as well as commitments to make efforts to minimize parking in said locations where noted. The Division of Traffic Management wanted the site plan to reflect the additional right-of-way dedication, and that is reflected on the revised plan in your supplemental packet. City Department's recommendation is for approval. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the commission? Okay, Dan, traffic issues.
This application, as well as the next two, are similar to recent applications that have come through for Ohio State West Campus and Ikea Way, Polaris area, where there are large areas of somewhat undefined development. And so we've had the traffic standards code essentially written into the zoning text so that once development is a little bit more defined, there we can enforce the traffic impact study requirement should the development meet the requirements to trigger a traffic impact study.
Okay, I see that on page 5 of 7, so it's a wait and see. Kathy, any recreation and parks issues?
We have no concerns at this time.
Great. All right. Is anyone here to speak in opposition to this application?
Yeah, are you choosing opposition? I don't know.
Just asking the question. All right, I see Jeff Brown is here. Jeff, do you want to add anything to the staff's presentation?
Thank you, Mr.
Fitzpatrick. Jeffrey L. Brown, attorney for the applicant. This case and the next two cases are updating the development standards for the remaining Easton properties. As you heard in the staff report and the comments from the other staff members, we have worked out our issues with zoning, planning, and the traffic departments on this request and the next two. We approved the area commission and they recommended approval of all three applications.
All right, well, maybe that'll help us expedite the next two if we put them through the same filter. Shannon, are you aware of anybody that has any opposition to this?
I am not. Kelsey, Tim, are you guys aware of any speakers for any of these?
No, I'm not aware of any.
All right. Well, I think this is certainly an upgrade to go to CPD over limited manufacturing in that area, and it's and attest to how successful Easton is despite all obstacles. With no, the date I have copied off this site plan is 12/2/19. Is that the proper date for the site plan?
It's whatever was shown in the presentation, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
I don't know what the date is.
On EMHT's survey, it is dated 12/2/19. So
okay,
we'll go with that. And I'd like to have a motion to include that site plan with this application. Motion, please.
So moved.
Okay, Marty moved. Who wants to second it?
Second.
Okay, Kay. All right, please call the roll. I guess we should say aye first. All those in favor of the proper date, say aye.
Mike, I have one thing on the date. Up on the top border, it says last saved 2/2/21.
Well, that sounds more practical. Let's go with that. I don't have that on mine, but
if you look up at the top margin,
okay,
on the border of the drawing.
Okay, yes.
Where it says last saved by S. Harris of 2/2/21 at 9:52 a.m.
All right. Well, your eyes are working a lot better than mine are.
Well, I just know my CAD people never update the title block correctly, so I always look.
All right, well, let's get it down to the number of seconds at 2:28. Very unrealistic hour. Okay, the proper date 2/2/21. Motion to approve that drawing.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor of that date?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, with that date in mind, please call the roll.
Amanda Golden,
Yes.
John Ingwerson,
Yes.
Kayan Wukwe,
Yes.
Marty Anderson,
Yes.
Chair Fitzpatrick.
Okay, I vote yes as well. And that concludes case number 5. Case number 6 being very similar. I would encourage I would encourage the staff to point out the differences, and we'll expedite our agenda very, very handily. Z19-088, 3850 Stelzer.
Well, this particular site is 91.01 acres, and it consists of 8 undeveloped parcels in the CPD commercial plan development and R1 residential districts. The requested CPD commercial plan development district will permit a mixed-use development with an increased height of 200 feet to make the proposal consistent with the overall standards of Easton Town Center. North and west of this site is the existing Easton Town Center development in the CPD commercial plan district. And south of the site is an office development in the CPD commercial plan development district. This also has a concurrent council variance to permit ground floor residential uses in the CPD district, and is also located within the Northeast Area Plan, which recommends mixed use regional retail, office, light industrial land uses. It similarly achieved a recommendation of approval from the Northeast Area Commission. and it has a very similar text as well, committing to building and parking setbacks, minimum, maximum parking requirements, landscaping and street trees. It similarly has variances to allow reductions to building and parking setbacks, reductions in and elimination of the minimum and maximum numbers of parking spaces required, and modifications to parking lot screening requirements and for loading spaces to be located on different parcels than the uses they serve. The requested CPD commercial plan development district will allow future mixed-use development that is consistent with both the design standards of the overall Easton Town Center development and the Northeast Area Plan's recommendation for mixed-use regional retail, office, and light industrial land uses. And as reflected in the text, Planning Division has requested ample landscaping to screen parking areas that front along the streets, as well as commitments to make efforts to minimize parking in those locations where noted, and therefore we are in recommendation of approval.
Okay, traffic, Dan, any comments?
Nothing different with this application.
And Kathy as well?
Nothing additional to add.
Okay, are there any speakers in opposition to this application? All right, Jeff, do you have any new site plans with this one, or is this one?
Jeff Brown, attorney for the applicant. If anybody was wondering about that residential yellow in the middle of the zoning map, that's the former Aladdin Temple site that was developed in the township and never zoned commercially in the city.
Okay. All right. We need no motions for this application, so please call the roll.
John Ingwerson,
Yes.
Kay Nwukwe,
Yes.
Marty Anderson,
Yes.
Amanda Golden,
Yes.
and Chair Fitzpatrick.
Yes, you are approved. All right, and moving along to case number 7, Z19-089, 4216 Easton Loop East.
The 16.57 acre site consists of 7 parcels in the CPD Commercial Plan Development District. The site is mostly undeveloped, with some areas developed as parking lots. The applicant requests a new CPD district to permit a mixed-use development with an increased height district of 200 feet to make the development consistent with the overall development standards of Easton development. To the north, south, and west of the site are commercial developments zoned in the LC4 Limited Commercial District and CPD Commercial Plan Development District. The site is within the planning area of the Northeast Area Plan, which recommends mixed-use regional retail, office, light industrial land uses at this location. Like the other 2, it received a recommendation of approval from the Northeast Area Commission. The CPD text has almost identical development standards as the other 2. Establishes use restrictions and supplemental development standards, mirroring the rest of the overall Easton development. The requested CPD Commercial Plan Development District will allow future mixed-use development that is consistent with both the design standards of the overall Easton Town Center development and the Northeast Area Plan's recommendation for mixed-use regional retail, office, light industrial land uses at this location. To note, the site plan will need to be revised to reflect the additional right-of-way dedication along Morse Road frontage of the site, and the applicant has agreed to make that show that right-of-way on the plan before it goes to City Council. City Department's recommendation is for approval, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, we have already heard that there are no traffic or recreation and parks issues here. And Shannon, do you know of any opposition speakers?
I do not.
All right, let's move forward with the roll call then.
Kay Nwukwe,
Yes.
Marty Anderson,
Yes.
Amanda Golden,
Yes.
John Ingwerson, John Ingerson,
Yes, sorry.
and Chair Fitzpatrick.
Yes, you're approved.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that helps the agenda a little bit. Case number 8, as previously noted, has been tabled. So we will go to case number 9, Z20-092, 4836 Cleveland Avenue.
The 4.38 acre site consists of one undeveloped parcel zoned in the C4 commercial district. The applicant requests the ARLD apartment residential district to permit a multi-unit residential development. The rezoning has been filed as a condition of ordinance number 0193-2020 CV 19-117, which was approved by City Council on February 3rd, 2020. North of the site across Bretton Woods Drive are a car wash in the C5 commercial district and a multi-unit residential development in the PUD8 planned unit development district. East of the site are single unit dwellings in the SR suburban residential district. South of the site are an apartment building and single unit dwellings in the R rural district. West of the site across Cleveland Avenue are multi-unit residential developments in the R4 residential and PUD8 districts, and single unit dwellings in the R1 and R2 residential districts. The site is within the boundaries of the Northland 1 area plan, which recommends neighborhood commercial land uses at this location. The site is located within the boundaries of the Northland Community Council, whose recommendation is for approval as the conditions in the recommendation have been met. Concurrent council variance CV 20-107 has been filed to permit the first phase of a senior housing development consisting of approximately 62 units. The request includes variances for a parking space reduction from 93 spaces to 52 spaces and to reduce building and parking setbacks. That request will be heard by City Council and will not be considered at this Development Commission meeting. The Columbus Multimodal Thoroughfare Plan identifies this portion of Cleveland Avenue as a suburban commuter corridor with 120 feet of right-of-way. The requested ARLD apartment residential district will allow the development of a multi-unit residential development with approximately 62 units. While the Northland 1 area plan recommends neighborhood commercial land uses at this location, Planning Division staff notes that this is a largely residential area, and although the site is not subject to recommendations of Columbus Citywide planning policies guiding principles, C2P2 encourages highest density residential development along primary corridors with access to transit, which is the case for this site. Additionally, the proposed development incorporates high quality design elements with adequate site landscaping that are included with the concurrent CV 20-107 to lessen the impact on the surrounding lower density residential land uses. Therefore, City Department's recommendation is for approval. I'd be happy to help answer any questions.
I have a quick question. One of the commissions from Northland was that this zoning be ARLD, and that I see is what they changed their application to represent?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. I see Dave Paul. Dan, how about traffic? Anything there?
No traffic issues.
And Kathy, Recreation Parks?
Street tree and tree preservation comments have been included and are shown in the site plan.
You're good with that?
We're good.
You're good. Okay. All right, Dave, let's hear from you first, and then if there's any speakers, we'll hear from them after you.
Chair Fitzpatrick, thank you. Did you want to hear from Matt Byerline and the applicant before I spoke, or no?
Only if he's got something he wants to add to the staff report.
Okay. No, I see him nodding his head now.
Okay, Dave, your turn.
Okay, sir, I'll keep it brief because I don't have a lot to say about this application. We did stand at the end of the evening, and this was the evening of January 27th, in support of this application, and the vote was unanimous, 15-0. There was one abstention. Our requests of the applicant were two, and one I know they've already met, and that is that the requested zoning district would be ARLD rather than AR0. The second pertained to the replacement of an existing sidewalk along the frontage of Cleveland Avenue, and I understand from what staff has said, they have incorporated that recommendation as a condition in the application. So that being the case, we're very happy to support this application. We appreciate the time that National Church residents have spent working with us, including a special session of our group to talk about options. And we think this is a product of a collaborative effort, which we always appreciate. Thank you.
Thanks for all your hard work, Dave. I
And
would
you.
like to hear the applicant speak from what looks like a recording studio so we could compare it to some of the bad connections we've had.
I hate to disappoint you. I'm connected through my phone.
Oh, okay.
But it is a climbing wall behind us. Not for me. I would break my leg on it, but my kids love it.
Do you have anything you'd like to add, Matt, to the discussion so far?
I do not. I'm happy to answer questions. As David mentioned, we've spent a fair amount of time talking with Northland about it, and it really appreciated their collaboration on it and their willingness to engage and talk to us as always.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot. All right. That being said, everything seems to be in order. It's time to call the roll.
Marty Anderson,
Yes.
Amanda Golden,
Yes.
John Ingwerson,
We're all voting yes.
Yes.
Kay Nwukwe,
Yes.
and Chair Fitzpatrick.
Yes, you are approved. Okay, case number 10. Z20-093 2295 Mock Road.
Give me 1 second. Shannon, there seems to be a little bit of feedback. I don't know if you've noticed that.
Yeah, I don't know who it's coming from.
You want to just remind everyone who's not speaking for this case to be muted, please?
Yes, please. There's a couple call-in users. I think I'm going to mute them. Okay. I think that might have done the trick.
Cool. Okay, before I begin, please see the revised exhibits in your supplemental packet that include an updated site plan, as well as building elevations, and the North Central Area Commission recommendation form. This application was tabled at the January 2021 Development Commission meeting to allow more time for the applicant to resolve design issues with staff and to acquire the recommendation from the North Central Area Commission. The 0.88 acre site consists of 2 parcels. The northern parcel is undeveloped in the R Rural District, and the southern parcel is developed with a commercial building in the C3 Commercial District. The requested CPD Commercial Plan Development District will permit redevelopment of both parcels with a 9,100 square foot retail building. North of the site is undeveloped land in the C4 Commercial District. South of the site is a single unit dwelling in the R Rural District as a result of annexation. East of the site is a multi-unit residential development in the AR1 Apartment Residential District. And west of the site is a commercial garage in the R Rural District as the result of annexation. The site is within the planning boundaries of the North Central Plan, which recommends neighborhood commercial services land uses at this location. The site is located within the boundaries of the North Central Area Commission, whose recommendation is now for approval, and that recommendation form is in your supplemental packet. The CPD text establishes use restrictions and supplemental development standards that address building and parking setbacks and parking minimums. Commitments to develop the site in accordance with the submitted site plan and building elevations are included in the text. Variances for reduced building and parking setbacks along Mock Road and Brentnell Avenue and a parking space reduction from 37 required to 30 provided spaces are included in the text. The requested CPD Commercial Plan Development District will permit a 9,100 square foot retail building The proposed use is consistent with the North Central Plan, which recommends neighborhood commercial services land uses at this location. The CPD text includes a site plan that demonstrates a building orientation that encourages a pedestrian and friendly environment, and increased buffering between the site and adjacent residential uses, and building elevations that meet the plan's design guidelines. With additional improvements to the building elevations, such as trim and half shutters to accent the spandrel windows, and the addition of awnings, as well as a revised site plan showing increased landscaping between Mock Road and Brentnell Avenue and the building facades, the city departments are now able to recommend approval for this request. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, any questions by the commission? Dan, are there traffic issues here?
No traffic issues.
And Kathy?
No recreation parks issues.
Okay, great. Is the applicant here?
Yes, I am.
All right, and let me ask now, are there any speakers regarding this application that we know of? Okay, any questions or comments by the commission members? Okay, the applicant, would you like to add to the staff report at this point?
Yeah, definitely. Good evening, commission members. My name is Alex Frazier. I'm with Hurley and Stewart. I represent the applicant. I also have Jeff Mattingly from our team on the call here. Just wanted to add that we've been working with the North Central Area Commission the last couple meetings. And on the proposed use, as you saw, is a Dollar General store. We held a meeting last week with a couple of area commission members, specifically the neighborhood representative, to address some of their concerns. We were able to have Dollar General corporate representatives that discussed their concerns. And we feel like we left that meeting with a really good response and a way to move forward to hopefully have a project that benefits the neighborhood. So with that, I open up to any questions that you might have.
Okay, and apparently we have no speakers in opposition, so we do need to have a motion to approve the 1/12/21 revised site plan as part of this application. I'll take a motion and a second. Who wants to step up and make that motion?
So moved.
All right, second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, please call the roll.
Amanda Golden,
Yes.
John Ingwerson,
Yes.
Kay Nwukwe,
Yes.
Marty Anderson,
This isn't a zoning comment, but I am concerned about Dollar General's reputation for not protecting its employees, not being careful about neighborhood safety and the like. It troubles me, but because I don't believe it's a specific zoning issue, I don't think I can withhold my vote. I just wanted the comment on the record. So I vote yes.
and Chair Anderson. I'm sorry, Chair Fitzpatrick.
Yes, I vote yes. You are approved. Thank you. And now we have case number 11. This is a case that took a good bit of our time last month. This is Z20-061, 280 East Whittier Street. I think we want to focus on where we left off last week. So Shannon, do you want to read for the record what the application is and what your staff comments are?
Sure. I can just read the city department's recommendation because nothing in the staff report has changed. This did table last month. The applicant did submit a shadow study, which was part of the staff report. They also, in the supplemental packet, there are renderings that the applicant has provided, which are part of this PowerPoint presentation. I guess I'll kind of highlight the planning division comments on this. They are not here tonight, but the sites within the South Side plan, which recommends community commercial uses at the location of that supports retail, office, hotel, or institutional uses that serve multiple neighborhoods. The site is also subject to the Columbus Citywide Planning Policies Design Guidelines, and Planning Division staff views the proposed mix of uses as being appropriate, considering the existing commercial and nearby residential uses, as well as the site's location on a transit supportive corridor. C2P2 provides guidelines for the evaluation of mixed-use developments and parking reductions contingent on building, design, and context. Staff has reviewed the proposed building elevations and is in support, noting that the applicant is committing to these in the CPD text. The requested CPD commercial plan development district will allow a mixed-use development, including 8,250 square feet of retail space and 262 apartment units, with height limitations and building design in consideration of surrounding uses. While residential use is a departure from the Southside Plan's land use recommendation for community commercial uses, staff views the request as appropriate given the location on a commercial site located in a walkable, transit-served corridor. The applicant has also committed to the building elevations that reflect the recommendations from the C2P2 design guidelines. Therefore, staff's recommendation is for approval, and I would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to point out that all 6 commission members were present at last month's meeting. And there's one missing tonight, but we all 5 that are hearing this tonight heard every word that was spoken last month. I'd like to start, I'm assuming there's no traffic or recreation and parks issues that we don't know about. Dan, can you sanction that?
That is correct. There's no new traffic issues.
And Kathy, recreation and parks concerns?
There are no concerns at this time.
All right, let's start with the applicant. Mike Shannon, you have a presentation or some comments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to be uncharacteristically brief due to the size of the agenda, and I plan to turn the presentation over to John Rewald as well as Mike Suriano. And I will save the rest of my comments for rebuttal to the extent necessary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Thanks, Mike. And just for the group, I'm having some video issues right now, so I will adjust that during Mike's presentation. But John Rewald, Vice President of Development for the Pizzuti Companies here. We prepared a good amount of supplemental material based on the feedback we received at the January meeting, including a sun study and 4 additional renderings. I'll turn it over to Mike Suriano momentarily to review this as part of the design presentation. Prior to that, I want to address 2 things. First, I want to zoom out for a second and discuss our approach as a firm, as well as our commitment to public art. And secondly, I want to recap how this project has evolved in the plan that you're voting on this evening. As a firm, at the Pizzuti Companies, we're inspired to think deeply about the many aspects of every project we build. This approach is supported by a proven track record of developing thoughtful, responsible projects that stand the test of time. These projects not only fit within the context of the neighborhoods in which we build, they provide an opportunity to further shape the community. Our approach to the redevelopment of 280 East Whittier follows these tenets, featuring a timeless design, engaging pedestrian experience at every frontage, and we strongly believe that this project will be a positive addition to the neighborhood. We also take pride in delivering and executing our vision. What I mean by this is the renderings we've published are what we are committing to build. Not only have we committed to this in our zoning text, but this is a mandate from our ownership. There are countless examples from the last 40 years throughout Columbus, the Ohio, Midwest region, and the country of us following through and delivering on what we've shown. So I say that to say there is no bait and switch. We're really proud of the project we have in front of you all today. And what we are showing is what the finished product will look like and what we plan to build. In previous forums, we've alluded to our commitment to living with art. Admittedly, I probably haven't spent enough time conveying what that actually means. As a firm, we aim to make artwork more accessible to the extent that experiencing visual art is a daily occurrence. To do this, it's important that art be exhibited in spaces outside of just museums and galleries. Parking garages, residences, building facades can all function as canvases for cultural immersion. Contemporary artists really do have a unique ability to reflect the unique backgrounds of community members and expose people to new experiences that they otherwise may not be aware of. These diverse stories and experiences help drive the creative output of the individuals and are just as integral to the spaces as the overall design. So we really are committed to leveraging art as a universal language to build bridges through meaningful conversation and experiences. So it's through this lens that we've evaluated our redevelopment of this site, and we've identified several significant public art opportunities that will enhance the pedestrian experience with publicly accessible art. As we go through the design presentation, we'll highlight those in more detail. The slides that we've shown up here are just a couple examples of what we've done, both locally and in other areas. So with that in mind, I want to go back to kind of how we got here. We first introduced this project in March of last year. Since then, we've met 7 times with the Civic and Area Commission, culminating in a vote in December. I will add that since we last met with you all in January, we have had the opportunity to meet in person with representatives from German Village Society and Schumacher Place Civic Association. And that occurred on 2 occasions, the most recent of which included a site walk and a review of our updated renderings. I can't speak to where they stand on the project coming out of that meeting. I will say it was a constructive dialogue that allowed us to address their questions and concerns. And I do feel they left the meeting with a better understanding of the project. Unfortunately, in our virtual world with COVID, these have been far too infrequent. And I do think this process would have played out a little differently had we had more opportunity to meet in person. So the project itself has changed significantly since we first introduced it in March of last year. And what you are voting on today is the result of a lot of constructive dialogue and collaboration between our team and the Area Commission, as well as various city departments in the greater neighborhood. We're here today, as Shannon mentioned, with a recommendation for approval from all city departments, as well as the Southside Area Commission. We do have an accepted traffic impact study and parking study. We have a scope of work letter from Department of Public Service for our right-of-way improvements, and our E-plan is actually circulating through city departments for review. So this really is the baked cake that was requested numerous times at the last commission meeting and didn't happen overnight. We've been working diligently on this project over the last 18 months to get it where it is today. I will briefly clarify the Schumacher Place vote was not on the project in front of us, and we have made significant changes since that vote. I'm going to briefly highlight some of those. So, there were initially some height concerns. To address that, we eliminated an entire floor from the north half of the project, with the building now stepping down in height as it transitions from the more commercial Whittier corridor towards Kossuth. So north half of our project is now a 3.5-story building that reads as a 3-story building at approximately 38 feet to the parapet. South half is now 4.5 and reads as a 4-story building at approximately 49 to the parapet. We've also made a lot of movement on density to address those concerns, dropping from 330 to 279 to 263 to 262 where we are today. That results in an overall reduction of 68 units or 20.6% of the original project size. And we also need to look at it in the context of the greater neighborhood of Schumacher, Marion Village, and German Village. This project represents an increase in density of about 2.8%. To address parking concerns, we've increased our on-site structured parking from 228 spaces to 262, an increase to 34 stalls or about 15%. This allowed us to hit the 1-to-1 parking ratio, which has been a metric that the community's demanded. I also want to note the project's on a transit supportive corridor and that we've made several commitments to supporting alternative transportation. This includes the KOGO bike share, and we've committed in writing to KOGO's operator Lyft that will purchase an annual membership for any resident without a personal vehicle. We are installing an electric scooter corral on East Whittier, similar to what's installed at South 3rd and Sycamore. And I also will note that as we look at this location, there are 27 COTA stops within half a mile. So another thing we need to face is the reality that Columbus is growing and we have a housing shortage. As Tony Celebrezze mentioned at the last meeting, within the next 9 years, the city's projected to break 1 million people. And the question really becomes, where are these people going to live? And it is critical for the success of our city that we put forward quality, dense infill development in our walkable urban areas, especially those adjacent to transit and job centers. As Tony mentioned at the last meeting, Columbus needs to grow upwards, not outwards. Our project does this all without displacing any existing residents. It will make the greater neighborhood more attainable to those in our community. It has been disheartening to hear throughout the public process some of the anti-renter sentiment and othering throughout that public discourse. As Commissioner Golden mentioned at the last meeting, purchasing a home in the greater neighborhood is not feasible for a lot of individuals and families, and renting out a project such as ours may be the only option if they desire to live here. I do also want to point out that while the project is in the South Side, it is not part of the South Side CRA. There's not a tax abatement for this project. As you all are aware, developers often agree to AMI requirements in exchange for the tax benefit these CRAs provide. While we're not mandating any AMI requirement on our project, we currently anticipate just over 30% of our units will be priced below 100% area median income. And we do envision a diverse range of housing options being available at this property, truly allowing for more attainable housing in the neighborhood. We do believe that this influx of apartments into the submarket will further serve to stabilize the rental market in the area, as the scarcity of available housing options has driven up the rates on what would otherwise be considered more affordable options. These additional residences will help support all of our existing businesses and foster new ones, bring further investment to the greater neighborhood, including Whittier and Parsons. And I will note we do have the support of the Parsons Avenue Merchant Association, as well as many other businesses and residents in the neighborhood. So in closing, you're voting on something that has been approved by the Area Commission, is recommended for approval by the city departments, and it truly is a better, more thoughtful project from our collaboration with those groups. We have heard our neighbors, their concerns, and we've responded. We've made program changes that I've highlighted so far. We've also provided empirical evidence, through traffic, parking, and some studies that dispel certain claims about issues regarding those items. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mike and trying to figure out why my camera's not working.
Michael, you want to add anything to that?
Yes, Mike Siriano will. Michael? And Mike Siriano, are you there?
He's muted.
Okay.
If you can get him on his phone, tell him he's muted.
Yeah, we just did.
He's waving.
Your microphone looks like it's muted on my screen.
It is, and I sent them a request, but it's on their end. Mike, usually if you hold your cursor down around the bottom, you'll see the mute.
I got it.
All right, there we go.
All right, we made it. Hey, sorry, and thanks everybody. Thanks to the development commissioners. Thanks, John. I was unable to attend the last session, so I don't want to belabor a lot of the points, but really want to show kind of the general improvements that we think this development is making to this area and to the site. So just a few points to highlight. We have, in addition to some of the changes that John indicated about the project, we're adding 88 additional site trees to the site. We'll talk about increased site permeability. We'll talk about some of the active street frontage that we're bringing. John touched on the idea of public art, so we'll look at a few locations for that. The 17 on-street spaces we are contributing, as well as kind of increased right-of-way and a lot of options for alternative transportation in terms of getting around. So let's look at a few of these. We touched on this the last time, but I wanted to reiterate that our design team has tried to be thoughtful and thinking about the context and understanding how this building can and should fit with its neighbors. And we identified several aspects of the area that we felt contributed to that idea. In transitional spaces like porches and kind of layered experiences as you get towards the building, the way that buildings and massing is relief, supplies relief to the street, as well as this idea of intimate public spaces where you can be right on the sidewalk, but also have personal space adjacent to it. We think that those things are really emblematic of the area, and we wanted to try to bring them to this project. And so fundamentally, the project, as we look at the balance of the block, you can see from this diagram here on the right with Whittier, where my cursor is, Grant towards the upper right, Cossett to the north, and Yeager to the west. The building inflects inward, really trying to reinforce both plan relief and sectional relief, and we'll see a few examples of that. The building actually takes on two languages, a language to the north, and I say languages meaning architectural languages, one to the north, one to the south. And both of those really try to contextualize and be emblematic of those facades and those spaces of the project. So really bringing in those ideas of intimate spaces, vernacular, and that relief that I was just talking about. So be mindful of that as we kind of look through some of these images. The palette, we have two palettes, one that's more indicative of the South, which is more red in tone. Materials that we see in and around the area. The second palette is more neutral and blonde in tone to the north. Each of those speak to one another, but they are distinct. And the idea is that we create consistency across the project through those material languages, but also create something familiar. So I know a lot of the commentary and discussion has been built around and trying to understand the relief for the project. So just to reinforce, and this is a kind of schematic that highlights the setbacks on the project. We really wanted to make sure that there was a rhythm and a way in which that we could take the architecture and convey a sense of relief from the street, as well as vertical relief. And so that means that we stepped back both the middle zone of the project as well as the upper stories. So this kind of gives you an idea when I was speaking to those zones of kind of transition and relief, you know, even just to start at the Whittier and Yeager corner. So in this case, north is to the right. We have zones that are interior exterior spaces for adjacent to the retail and restaurant. That's set back underneath about 22.5 feet. As we work our way down the site, we incrementally step the project back from the right of way all the way to 22.5 feet. We do so several times along the body of the facade, not only kind of creating gaps that that create those entrances to the lobby and main spaces, but also to the courtyards. And then as we walk along and move along the project, you can see several zones that we've tried to identify for spill out space, you know, spaces for that the public will see, public enjoyment, and that includes art, it includes softscape, and it kind of continues all the way around the project. On Grant, I know we've discussed that. We are increasing that right of way an additional 10 feet, stepping the building back an additional 10 feet. And then on top of that, we're moving back towards the center an additional almost 20 feet. So you'll see in some of the images how that kind of is reflected from a pedestrian experience. But this is all just to say that there are several, you know, moments consistently around the project as someone is experiencing and moving along it of creating that relief and and those gestures. Just moving upward, so as we think about going up into the building, you can see that additionally, when we talk about those upper stories, a lot of discussion has been, you know, we talked about these upper stories and the height of the project attributed to a number. But when we look at the way that the massing actually steps back, we're pulling the interior of the project towards the courtyard. And so these upper stories, which we're calling half stories with single loaded corridors, actually aren't perceived from the street. And these step back anywhere from 30 to 40 feet from the right of way consistently, all the way to almost a little over 60 feet towards the center of the project where we are stepping back the most. So moving up to the Whittier side, you can see that that's pretty consistent. So as John was mentioning, we're at 3.5 stories on the north side of the project. We're at 4.5 stories on the south side of the project. And that language of pushing the project back in plan as well as section is consistent in both of those areas. You can see that on that 4.5 story portion, we're almost 80 feet to the center of the project where we get to that full height, as well as about 30 to 40 feet on Whittier. So this is a quick section illustrating that idea. I know it's sometimes hard to understand in plan. So this is just a diagrammatic section of what's happening on the project. So to my, where my cursor is circling right now, that's the Whittier side. The right side of the picture is the Cossett side. You can see the elevated and courtyard to the south, the on-grade courtyard to the north, as well as how these aim to step back as we get towards the courtyard and the height differential. So here you can see kind of that indication of a single loaded unit, penthouse unit that has you know, green roof adjacent to it. Also want to talk, I know you may have seen the shadow study. So a few things to note here. We have both shoulder seasons in March and September, as well as summer, winter. We know in our hemisphere that the longest shadows are going to be when the sun is lowest in the sky in the wintertime. So I just want to cycle everyone through to look at these shadow studies. You can see in March, on March 21st at the spring equinox, we've got 9 a.m., a 12 p.m., and a 3 p.m. So the dotted yellow line here indicates the cast shadow of the project. I want to point out that the inset, those moments on the previous image up here, where our building elevationally and pure elevation is its tallest, these actually don't cast a shadow on the ground. You can see the shadow that those upper level units cast on the floor below them. Because they're set back, they don't contribute to the shadow length or cast on grade. And so you can see how that looks as the, you know, indicated by the yellow line in and around the project. And even looking at our neighbors to the north, Cossis is going to be likely, because this is the north side of the building where the longest shadows will be at any given time of day. The adjacent neighbors aren't, our project is not actually considerably different from the adjacent properties. So summer is going to be hold the shortest shadows. So you can kind of see that as indicated by the yellow line here. September is very similar to March. And then winter is where we see the longest. And it's also the time in the day where the sun is lowest in the sky, as well as, for the shortest time of day. That's why our days are shorter, which I'm sure we could all use more daylight these days. But again, understanding that this is very similar to our neighbors, as well as that even in the worst case of the winter time, that our upper stories do not project a shadow that's any beyond the footprint of the story below it. So let's talk a little bit about the landscape design for the project. I wanted to point out that this is an overall site plan. Our team has worked really hard. The Pizzuti development team has worked really hard at kind of making sure and ensuring that this project has a life to it, both interior and exterior. So anything that's resident facing as well as public facing, is something that's going to be a high contributor to the street environment as well as the urban environment. So you can see just how, lush and intensive the green space is intended to be on the project, as well as that kind of location I was mentioning, that elevated courtyard to the south and on-grade courtyard to the north. I wanted to point out too that in terms of trees, we're increasing the on-site trees to 123 up from 35. You can see that indicated by the green dots here on these diagrams. So the Giant Eagle site currently has some street trees at the perimeter. We're actually looking at bringing 88 additional trees, about 3.5 times more on the site. So 49 street side and 33 within the right of way. So a significant increase, which is really good. From an existing site to our proposed site, I also want to point out that for I used to live in German Village. For anyone that lives in German Village, Schumacher Place on the south side currently, you'll recognize that in a heavy storm event, there's flooding. And that's due to a lot of the impervious paving in and around, as well as the municipal system being overloaded. One of the things that we can do as design professionals is to help mitigate that is to bring more green and softscape into the project. So currently there's about 73,000 square feet of asphalt and concrete on the project, as well as 31 of building. So that's a lot. It's about 97% hardscape for the current condition of the site, and only about 3,000 permeable surface. So what we're aiming to do through the development is actually really increase that permeable surface. So we're going to increase from 3,000, 2,900 all the way up to 30,000. And what that does, you can see indicated in the diagram, the on-grade is the dark green, the green roofs. Every surface that we have, second floor, and above that is intended to be a green roof. So both intensive and extensive. That's going to help with that stormwater mitigation as well. So we really are really excited to do that and help with that condition, eliminate some of the hardscape on the site. So just talking to additionally what the arterial and local streets will look like, and we're thinking of East Whittier as primarily it's both it's an arterial street which encompasses both vehicular and pedestrian traffic. Certainly Yeager and Coffith do as well, but those are going to be slower streets in terms of the pedestrian. And so we're thinking about the landscape as well as the planters and lawn spaces in support of those ideas. You can see indicated by the arrows the amount of walk-up locations for the residents and access for retail indicated by the light blue arrows, and dark blue arrows being kind of service access for the project. Primarily, the service access comes off of Grant, but it doesn't impact the architectural language. You can also see the location of the garage entry, which is mid-block on Grant. So I just want to walk around a few of the exhibits that we have on the site for different types of softscape, and it kind of zooms in and blows up these areas to give you an idea of what a pedestrian, what someone that doesn't live here is going to see. And you can kind of understand that we've got some structured planting on grade. We've got anywhere from 5 to 6 foot dimension sidewalks to the right of way, and then additional space for planters all the way to the curb. So that ranges on Whittier from 14.2 to 11.4. We've got corrals for that, some of that alternative transportation that I was mentioning before, as well as just a general improvement to some of the to the streetscape. And this is kind of a 3D, a zoomed in version of one of our renderings to allow you to see some of those transitional zones, the spaces that we have underneath, things that you're going to see walking by the building. I mentioned that those permeable spaces up above in those green roofs. So we're not just throwing, stuff up there. We know that this is going to be seen not only from the residents, but neighbors. So anyone that's on their second story, third story looking down on the project, see a very thoughtful and considered green roof. Has any number of plantings from, cascading shrubs to structured and loose rock to kind of columnar trees and sedum trays. Then we find that in different locations. On the Whittier side, it's one larger piece that actually serves to break up some of the mass of that facade at grade. And then we also see it on the Jaeger side as we look at the units as they step back into the center of the project. And this is an indication. Those exist actually right above some of those walk-up porches and adjacent to the community, the co-work spill-out space in the main lobby. And again, we track that all the way to Grant. So we've really tried to make Grant a considered facade. It's not an elevation. It's not just something that is, is a functional facade. It's actually beautified in a way that we think is really positive. This is another example of that green roof with some structured planting above it. And you can see that in this location. So to talk more, I want to touch on some of the street expression. Since our team met with you last month, we were able to think about and develop some pedestrian views from the street. So someone that isn't here all the time and doesn't live here all the time understands what it might be like to walk up and walk alongside the development. So if we look at Whittier, this is the current Giant Eagle at that one of the egress locations at the south side. So this is on the southeast corner, looking to the west. And this is what the development streetscape is intended to look like. And so you can see that we've got kind of on-street seating and adjacent to that retail space. We've got zones for stepping back and entering the project, creating some definitive entries for future retail tenants. We've got some of those areas that I mentioned just in terms of stepping back, cascading green roof. To really create a transparent, vibrant, and active streetscape on Whittier, something that we would see in a vibrant commercial corridor. And this is a rendering you may have seen previously, but this is backing up and looking at the project from that southwest corner. So if we walk along Jaeger, we wanted to point out that as someone's coming across, so this is where Lansing tees into Jaeger, looking directly at the side of the existing Giant Eagle. And we felt this was, as the street kind of tees in here, we felt like this was a great opportunity for the building to receive that street. And so that was one of the impetuses for constricting and stepping the building towards the center. You can see that the main entry to the project is here through for tenants through this gap into the north courtyard. You can see adjacent exterior space both for the walk-up units as well as for the tenants in the co-work space. And the intention is that really this becomes a vibrant, place that really speaks to the kind of softness and lushness and texture of the area. We're really trying to pull on a garden aesthetic and make sure that the landscape and the greenery that surround the pedestrian experience is really considered and thoughtful. As John was mentioning before, we think of this area as a really great opportunity for public art. As we get further into the project, that will be considered as something that is commissioned and thoughtful about the place and the area that it's in. So you can see this is just a representation of something artful or sculptural that would be there, but the intent is that that's really part of something that's a give back in terms of public art for the area. So if we pull around to Cosset, currently this is the condition from the northwest corner of the site. You can see that we're looking into the back of the grocery store. Every loading docks, dumpsters, et cetera. And so something that's really pretty unsightly currently. What we're aiming to do is transition it to something that is more indicative of what we find on the north side of Cosset, something that has dedicated entries for walk-up units, wrought iron, and a railing with seasoned perennials, structured planting, as well as spaces for seating, and again, another opportunity potentially for public art. So something that really is contributing to the area and contributing to people that are moving past this block and, where they, walk and experience. This is pulling back. You may have seen this before also, but just this indicates that three-story north side. So you're able to see, again, those stoops, the proportion windows, things that really are pretty similar to what we find adjacent to the project, even across the street. And then lastly, Grant Avenue. I know there's been a lot of discussion here currently. As we look down Grant, takes on an alley aesthetic. Again, we're looking at kind of a broad side of the back end of Giant Eagle. So it's largely unadorned, functional and utilitarian. It's a wall, essentially. And what we're aiming to do is really turn that into something that is still, indicative of what the rest of the project is doing. And that is really reinforcing that plan relief, that vertical relief, and the lushness of the project. So one can see, I want to point out also that we're really intending for that architectural language from the south side of the project to pull around and move north, as well as that residential and vernacular language to pull around from to move south. And so this is an indication. We've pulled back and pushed back that garage entry to allow for a little bit more gracious view triangle for cars coming out. And you can see that we've got also dedicated softscape entries on the facade. So there are going to be people living on the alley. There are going to be units on the alley. There's also going to be, additional service access as well. And that's all I have, John. I don't know if you have any additional comments or.
No, you laid it out pretty nicely, Mike. I mean, we're available and looking forward to discussion and answering any further questions that you have. But we feel really strongly about this project and what it's going to do for the neighborhood. So we welcome any feedback that you have.
And Mr. Chairman, Mike Shannon again. We'd rest our case at this time, and I'd say reserve some time for rebuttal. And again, would answer questions at the pleasure of the chair, or if you so desire, you could hear from speakers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mike, you're muted. Not Mike Shannon, Mike Fitzpatrick, sorry.
I was doing hand language, but not the kitty cat face. Okay, Mike, let's hear from our, first of all, that was very thorough explanation of what your goals are. And I'm well aware of the Pizzuti track record for performance. Are there any questions or comments from other board members before we go to outside speakers? Anybody? Okay, let's hear from our opposition speakers, 3 minutes each, 3 speakers, and then we'll come back with cleanup with Mike and your group. Okay, who's our first speaker?
Brenda Gischel from Schumacher Place is in addition to the 3
Yes.
speakers. So Brenda will go first, and then Regina Tobin, and then John Clark, and then Adam Cohen. And then we have 3 proponent speakers after that.
All right. Very good. Let's start with the opposition speakers first. Brenda, first of all, the Neighborhood Commission. Brenda?
I am president of the Civic Association. And as president, I can assure you that we have had a community that has been balancing the components of urban living for many decades. Density, parking, and mixed uses are not new concepts for us. We want responsible new development, and we want investments in our neighborhood. But the review process on this project left us feeling discouraged until the Development Commission recognized and expressed our concerns about the very issues that we have had for the last 11 months. When the Pizzuti companies brought their conceptual plan to Schumacher last March, we were genuinely shocked by the proposal, as it was 300 units with a height of 48 feet. In summarizing that first town hall meeting, I asked that they consider the neighbors' concerns about height, the density, and lack of adequate parking. The development team assured me they heard us and then came back with a revised plan in September that was 330 units with a height of 62 feet tall. We met again a month later. They made no changes. There was no indication of any willingness to compromise. Our residents voted against the proposed zoning variance. A change.org petition was to urge the Southside Area Commission not to recommend this variance. And currently we have some 2,500 signatures of citizens supporting us. After their presentation to the Columbus Southside Area Commission, the zoning committee suggested the project be tabled until the parking and traffic studies were completed by city staff. In late October, the developer made some modest changes in hopes of getting the support of the Southside Area Commission. Units were dropped to 262 with one-on-one parking for residents, but still not addressing over 8,000 square feet of retail with no parking. Well, it worked for the commission, and that application was approved by a margin of 1 vote. Thankfully, last month, members of the Development Commission shared our objections to the height, to the compromised functionality of Grant Street, and to the density. And the commission, this commission, asked the developer to meet again with neighbors and modify the plans to create a more appropriate project for the neighborhood. The Pizzuti team appears to be very confident that they will have the support needed without making any modifications. If this project is to proceed as presented, it will be much easier and less expensive for the next developer to take advantage of our community's charm, location, and history. And we will soon lose all that we invested in, nurtured, and loved. Please use your authority. The Southside Plan, Section 3307.09 of the Columbus City Code, and the C2P2 guidelines to prevent this project from creating a precedent. Deny application to Z2061. Keep the height at 38 feet throughout the project. Please do not support the project as presented. I thank you for your time and listening.
Thank you. Very, very direct and articulate. Number 2, Speaker Regina.
The height of this building is the most concerning issue. In a nutshell, this project is mammoth compared to the surrounding structures. The updated plan continues to be a stark and dramatic contrast to the historic neighborhoods that surround the proposed development. Please look at the 2 renderings created by a German Village architect that I have provided the commissioners. Both depict the contrast in height between the proposed project and the surrounding homes and businesses. As you can see from rendering number 1, which was Whittier Street side, the current plan shows the size is more than double the height of the houses and businesses across the street. The brick structure with the 2 turrets on the far right-hand side is Barcelona Restaurant, a historic building. The gray 2.5-story house on the far left side is 289 East Whittier, which is currently for sale. The homeowners are getting feedback the large-scale project across the street is an issue. I have confirmed this with the listing agent. The Pizzuti project is a concern for many buyers. And just 2 days ago, they lowered the price $10,000, and this is a seller's market. So pay attention. Rendering number 2 on Yeager Street, the brick building on the far left side is Calendar Dry Cleaner at 256 East Whittier, another historic building. The Pizzuti project is more than double the height of the Calendar Cleaner building and 3 times taller than the single-family homes next to Calendar. Over the last year, the developer has primarily shown their visual rendition from Casa Street, which is the north side. It's 38 feet in height. Many of us have felt this was a smoke and mirrors tactic to leave viewers the impression the entire Pizzuti complex is going to look that way. Why is this site such a concern to German Village? Clearly, it's not located inside the German Village boundary lines. Please look at the 3rd attachment I emailed you. It is an aerial view showing 280 East Whittier is a land peninsula that juts into German Village on the north, south, and west sides. Our neighborhoods are deeply interconnected. While we are separated by a small, thin line on a map, please understand we are a very united community. We live here, we work here, and we are committed to preserving our historic neighborhoods. We trust and sincerely hope you will have the clear vision, see the financial wisdom and forward thinking in preserving historic jewels in the middle of an urban neighborhood. I can only have faith you will stop and think like any good carpenter. You will measure, measure, and measure one more time before you make the cut. In short, this structure on this site is like placing a whale in a pond. Plain and simple, it does not fit. Thank you.
Okay, Barry. John, you're next.
Hi, I'm John Clark. In addition to concerns you've already heard about this project's height, mass, housing density, and parking, I'd like to address one more, and that's the dangerous conditions that would be created by the near total disregard for the city's normally required 25-foot setback. Pizzuti, as you know, wants permission to extend this enormous apartment building to practically the entire lot. But look at Grant Avenue, the eastern border. At this point, Grant is essentially a one-lane alley, just 10 feet wide. It may appear broader because motorists are used to driving on portions of an additional 10 feet, which is actually Pizzuti property. Pizzuti has said it would cede that 10 feet to the city, but as you surely know, a 20-foot width barely allows enough room for 2 cars to pass each other safely, and there is no provision for a sidewalk there. Access to the parking garage would be along Grant, up to 262 cars entering and leaving daily. But when pulling out of the garage, especially turning north, those drivers would have extremely limited sight lines, despite what the developers might tell you. In fact, it's been said motorists would have to look through windows in the structure itself to help them avoid being hit by cars. At the very least, they would have to nose into the southbound lane of traffic to see if it's safe to continue. If it's not, they would have to hope that other residents haven't pulled up right behind them so they can quickly retreat into the building. And has anyone looked at turning radiuses for delivery trucks, except on paper? Can they even get into the building safely and without backing up traffic? A similar problem would exist at Grant and Whittier, where southbound drivers wanting to turn left would have to pull into the pedestrian crosswalk and quite possibly into Whittier's westbound lane just to see if it's safe to turn. Also, and this is important, on the east side of Grant, you have single-family homes with a combined 19 spaces for parked cars. Imagine 19 neighbors forced to back their vehicles into a busy 20-foot wide two-way street every time they leave home. The advantages of the required 25-foot setback are difficult to overstate. Just one example. The stormwater retention system could be moved from an interior courtyard to the perimeter, allowing for less disruptive maintenance, and for some apartments crowding the property's borders to be located in the interior instead. In addition to the benefits I've already mentioned, a 25-foot setback would make the building appear less overpowering. Pedestrians would be safer as they enter crosswalks. Dog walkers might even gain a few feet of grass where their pets could relieve themselves instead of on a sidewalk, if there is a sidewalk. I urge you to table this request again and to remind developers why it was tabled last month, for them to work with the neighborhoods affected to create an appropriate development. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Shannon, who's the next speaker?
Yep, I'm here.
Adam
Can you hear
Cohen.
me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good evening. My name's Adam Cohn. I'm the current Vice President of Schumacher Place Civic Association and the newly elected District 1 Columbus Southside Area Commissioner. I would like to begin by stating that I have met with the Pizzuti team twice since the January meeting, as recently as today for an on-site walkthrough. I conveyed the concerns of the community about the height, lack of setback, and traffic on Grant Alley. These meetings did help to bring to life the project and answer some of my questions about the setback and issues with traffic on Grant Alley. I do believe they are making some valuable additions to the neighborhood, but it is also important to note that no changes have been made since the last commission meeting. I would like to thank the Pizzuti team for taking the time to meet with me and my colleagues and answer questions. This current proposal still has the community extremely concerned about the overall height and massing of the project. The majority of the correspondence received about this project would like to see the entire development no higher than 38 feet. Neighbors are extremely concerned about how the height of the project will affect their property and landscaping. In my opinion, the shadow study validates the neighborhood's concerns. Homes on Costas Street and Yeager Street will receive less sunlight than currently seen. There are over 30 windows facing Yeager Street and approximately 7 homes between Whittier and Kossuth. The windows and homes on Yeager will no longer see the sunrise during any time of year. Between September and March, homes on Costas Street will also be impacted by the shade of the building. The reduction in sunlight has the potential to affect landscaping, growth patterns, and neighbors' overall quality of life. I urge you not to pass along the developer's hardships to the neighbors' project site. I and many of the neighbors believe that reducing the height of the project to 38 feet and incorporating a gradual height setback along the entirety of the project will help reduce the shade patterns. By making these changes, I believe this development would be more compatible with the existing neighborhood. I ask you not to approve the rezoning of the site to a height of any more than 38 feet. With over 96% of Schumacher Place residents against the proposed rezoning, the Columbus Southside Area Commission passed the rezoning application by only 1 vote. Clearly, the rezoning, as proposed, does not have strong community support. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you for your input. Okay, now we have 3 pro-oriented speakers. Shannon, do you have a lineup for those?
Yes. We have John Slump, Robert Leith, sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, and then Will Roth. So if John, you would like to go first.
Sure. Yep. Sorry, my dog is barking in the background. Good evening. Thanks for having me. I'll try to remain brief. I know there's a lot to work through. So I support this project because I think it's going to bring so much vibrancy to our neighborhood. And I think it's that type of project that the city needs to see more of. This is a clean slate site that provides a unique opportunity for us to create housing and local business without displacing current residents, which I think that opportunity to create homes, economic value within the neighborhood from scratch is just a rare occasion, especially in our neighborhoods. Additionally, the developer, in my mind, has taken in more feedback from us than most developers that I've seen in the past, and in many other neighborhoods, including ours as well. And I've been impressed by what I've heard tonight from them, particularly about hearing about the large percentage of units that are going to be priced under 100% AMI. I think that's amazing, and I think we've now landed on a project that's going to create incredible value for us and for the city.
But beyond creating value for us and the neighborhood, I think it's a great opportunity just to embrace some solutions to the housing crisis that we're currently in, and to show that we can learn from mistakes that other cities have made. So I've spoken previously countless times about San Francisco and their failure to address housing needs, resulting in affordability crises, and that being a direct result of just a lack of vision and central leadership and city planning. And I think, I would implore us to consider the broader implications of stifling development. We are currently experiencing a severe shortage of housing, especially housing that's attainable for families earning area median income. And renting has often been really the only viable entry point for many people, especially those that are migrating to Columbus. So I think it's clear to me that it's time to build, and we have to build quickly and with intensity, especially in the heart of the city. And if we don't, across all price ranges, then we're going to continue to be paralyzed by process and just continue to compound issues that already exist. So I support the project and excited by what I saw tonight. Thanks.
Thanks, John. Okay, Rob Lees.
Yeah, good evening, commissioners, and thank you for allowing space for additional comments for this project. You should have copies of my comments from January, but I wanted to briefly add a couple of additional points. First, I want to thank this body for the hard and thankless work it provides for our community. As some of the foremost experts in your respective areas in Columbus, you often have to make difficult decisions that impact neighborhoods. The decisions, however, will hopefully improve our community in the long term. This evening, I'm asking the commissioners to do just that. After traffic, parking, and now a shadow study have all shown, this project will not have the horrendous impact on the neighborhood that many say it will. As such, this project should be allowed to move forward. I ask that you put aside the irrational fears and emotions and make a decision based on the facts. Facts like Columbus is rapidly growing, that we need more housing for all income levels, and that long-term, this project is desperately needed for our community, though a small drop in the bucket of the larger needs. Thank you.
All right. And Shannon, who's our last speaker? You're muted.
Sorry. Will Roth is next, and Curtis Davis is also here from the Area Commission.
All right. Well, let's go with Bill first, and then we'll go with the Area Commission.
Okay, hi, my name is Will Roth. I'm CEO and principal of Roth Real Estate Group here in Columbus, Ohio. However, regarding this development commission matter, I do not involve myself in this meeting as a representative of the real estate world, but as a resident of German Village and Schumacher Place. I have lived in this area for the past 22, maybe 25 years. I don't even remember, it's been so long. And I've watched how this neighborhood has remained and gained a sense of unique charm that is very exclusive to our downtown living area. I've also witnessed the submission of numerous different real estate projects that would not complement the uniqueness that I just mentioned. Projects submitted by Pizzuti with added input from the neighbors in committee will be one that we will cherish for many, many years to come. After watching the public process play out following the initial project's release, Pizzuti has responded to the feedback from the community and addressed the concerns of the committee from the last meeting. Again, we must look at this project as one that will mature over time and blend naturally into the fabric of our neighborhood. This is what great developers with history of remarkable projects do for our communities. It's just a fact. I must also add, the density of this project will further support the many small businesses that make this neighborhood uniquely special. The retail component of this project, from someone who deals in retail real estate every single day, will be some of the best retail in the entire city. I have no doubt whatsoever. Finally, committing to bringing the living with art to both the interior and exterior of this project, Pizzuti brings its world-class love of art to the neighborhood, engaging in creating pedestrian-friendly environments for all of us to be proud of. Hearing and implementing the concerns of the community, Pizzuti has proposed a valiant attempt capturing and elevating the charm that our neighborhood has held at the forefront of all construction for the past several decades. As a seasoned member of this neighborhood, I fully support this project. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you for your input. And now the Area Commission spokesman?
Chairman Fitzpatrick, this is the zoning chair and business at large commissioner for the Southside Area Commission. As we stated last month, this was passed by the commission. We did have two commissioners that did not vote that evening. One of them was having a technical difficulty and has since confirmed to me that she would have voted for the project at that time. And probably want to piggyback one of your quotes, Mike, that might bite me and you and both in the butt. But we are no longer a two-story city. We are now more than 2 stories. So I think that this project should be something that should move forward as a personal matter, not what the commission has said in their votes. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. I actually made that comment as a result of pondering that I raised 3 kids in Upper Arlington, which was a 1 or 2 story location, until somebody built a 5-story building along Lane Avenue, because Upper Arlington had nowhere to go but up. They couldn't go out anywhere. And instead of everybody voting with their feet and rejecting that improvement, now there's like 5 buildings on Lane Avenue of the same height. So it's unfortunately it can't be. You can have it both ways. This situation cuts both ways, and nobody likes change. Nobody likes change in their neighborhood. Everybody's house is their castle, but we have to do something that's for the best for all purposes. And it's not an easy decision. I will ask our commission members if they have any comment or questions to ask of anybody that spoke or any of the presenters. Anybody?
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is Kay.
Yes, Kay.
This question goes to the Pesiti group. A couple of questions the previous speakers raised. The exiting the garage, about the potential vehicular accident as they exit the garage. And also when I look at, I understand it, but I just want an explanation from you. When I look at the area rendering by the opposition group, and also look at your own Pesiti building section and the step back, I'm trying to make sure if the area rendering they presented, which shows a monolithic block, is actually a true representation of your building, because there seems to be some differences between when I look at the 3 dimensions they presented and also the Pesiti group setback or step back. Mike, can you talk a little bit about that? Mike Siriano, can you talk a little bit about that? Because there seems to be some disconnect.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, Kay, the project as depicted by Schumacher is visible on your screen if you look at Barbara Bowers.
Yes.
That is in no way indicative of what the Pizzuti company has ever submitted. That was a monolithic pentagon-like structure that was superimposed on our site, and it has been propagated, promulgated, and publicized since October, still to today, as a representation of our project. So that misinformation has made it difficult, especially on social media campaigns that we don't participate in, to get the true facts out with respect to the building, which we have shown you this evening. I would defer to John Rewald as regarding the ingress and egress to the garage. I do believe we may have eliminated a vision sight triangle in close proximity there that previously was on the board. So John, could you address that first question of Kay?
Yeah, certainly. So it has been a process over a 3 or 4 month period between our third-party traffic engineer, EP Ferris, our design team and city traffic management to address all of these concerns. At the end of the day, we've resubmitted 2 or 3 times and submitted supplemental information 4 times. We responded with multiple changes to our building, and the findings of that traffic impact study are that this area operates appropriately to handle our service use and load generated with that. So, we've also taken steps to pull some pedestrian traffic off of Grant. All garage, vehicle and bike parking actually exits out to Jaeger through a gracious breezeway there, pushing it to where there's wider sidewalks. And so we've addressed the vision triangles, we've addressed the site distance exhibits, and again, worked through this with City of Columbus staff to make sure that this will operate at an acceptable level and not have any safety concerns. So.
Okay. John, you have any questions?
Yeah, I have a question. I'll have a comment later, but this is for the Pizzuti team. What is your hardship?
Well, when it comes to, if I may, Mr. Chairman and John, in the legal standard for rezoning, there is no notion of hardship. The hardship is only pertinent when you're talking about a council variance that involves use. We do have one council variance that is to allow residential use on the first floor in the commercial district. There, our hardship is the commercial district doesn't allows residents on floors 2 through 4, but on the ground floor it is prohibited use. The only way that we can obviate that is to seek a council variance and demonstrate that it's a hardship not to have the residents on the first floor, so that we can try to mirror the neighborhood around us with the walk-up units. So that's where the hardship comes into play on the council variance, which is not before this commission this evening, and it does not play into the rezoning legal analysis at all. Thank you.
All right, Marty, do you have any comments?
I don't know that I comment so much. The hardship question was well placed. Height is still my primary concern. I love the commitment to public art. I like the thought that there is a resolution to that site, that Giant Eagle site, which is unsightly and not helpful. I'm concerned about the neighbors. I'm concerned about the height. I'm concerned about a shadow study that didn't go to 5 or 6 p.m. in daylight savings time. That shouldn't be a primary concern, but it occurred to me. If I were going to hire a zoning attorney, it would be Mike Shannon. I still have concern about the height.
All right, and Amanda, you have any comments?
I have quite a few comments, but I'm not sure if you want me to hold those until you call the vote, or if you'd like for me just to go through them before.
It's your call, because we are gonna vote. So
okay,
it's your call.
So I've kind of written down a few points that I'd like to read. As a commissioner, I feel like I'm tasked with evaluating this case on its merits and taking into account the opinion of the planning department, relevant plans, city initiatives, and basing my vote on all of these foundational elements. I understand there are strong elements both in opposition and in support for the project. I feel based on the evidence in front of us, I will vote in favor, and I must vote in favor of this proposal for many reasons. Additional density is something that is supported by many planning efforts taking place in and around this neighborhood and throughout our city as we anticipate serious population growth. The proposal is appropriate for this urban neighborhood based on the evidence, and in addition, the architecture supports the wonderful charm of the neighborhood without trying too hard to create false history. I think it's important to remember that this property will give significant amount of people an opportunity to live in one of Columbus's best neighborhoods and have close access to one of Columbus's best urban parks without living in a single family home that will not be affordable. I made this comment at our last meeting, and I did spend some time because I did receive quite a few comments saying that it would be more affordable to live in a single family home. And many of the homes that are for sale around there are over $500,000, which is not affordable for your average person. This project is along a frequent transit line. And we know that they're going to be providing residents with multimodal options that support a car-free lifestyle. Because this development accomplishes many goals of the city and of the planning department and increases density in the neighborhood, draws on the existing character of the neighborhood and complements the historic architecture of German Village, and supports increased opportunities for new residents, I vote yes for this project. I would also like to address something outside of all the reasons that I just stated as to why I'm voting yes. I would be remiss if I did not speak directly to the responsiveness of this commission to all of the voices that have opposed density in a very urban and walkable neighborhood. We have passed unanimously many dense developments without any significant pause for much lower quality development in other areas of the city. And for these sun studies have been made in other communities, and we have not required that to happen. I cannot help but feel that there is not equitable treatment across all neighborhoods in Columbus, and we are reserving scrutiny toward the most desirable neighborhoods in the city that have wealthy, well-connected, and hyper-engaged residents. Many of the same demands that have been made by the neighbors of this proposed development have been requested by others, and we have not responded in the way that we did here. To use our commissions and our approval bodies to bring the highest and best land use to all of our neighborhoods, no matter who is living there. I feel that any other neighborhood would feel very lucky to have this beautifully and carefully designed building in their neighborhood and on their street. Thanks.
Thank you for a very clear comment. Okay.
Mike, I'd like to make another comment before I vote. I,
yes,
had a question, but unless you would like to speak or you want to wait.
No, go ahead, John.
Just this plan came back unchanged from the last meeting when it was tabled. I understand your passion for the design. It's a neat building. It would be great on Front Street. It would be great in the areas that need the kind of economic injection that this would bring. I don't think German Village is that neighborhood. German Village was sort of the first, kind of like a garden. It was underchosen. It was German worker housing. I used to fight the Village Commission to put dormers on houses. They had some really, really strict stuff. They didn't care whether the second floor was 7 feet. That dormer's not going there, sorry. So everybody that's lived there, that's tended German Village for the last 50 years has really cared about the village. And some people are joiners and some people aren't, but their passion has withstood the test of time. This building doesn't fit in the fabric. The village fabric is very fine, and this building is a warp in that fabric. And if it gets put there, there isn't another site that comes to mind that's going to get another building like this. So this is going to be the one-off. I realized the Levesque Lincoln Tower was, that first damn skyscraper west of maybe Wheeling, I don't know. But this is just too much for this site. You guys have done an artful job in bringing it down, but it's still too big. The heat on South Grant is still intense. You have a wonderful rendering, but that is not reality. That you're standing at the back corner of somebody's parking lot that comes off of Grant to a house on Ebner, and you've got a real strange view. You know, this building is as tall as the oak tree that's on Ebner, and the little red house and the little red cottage, and it's just big. Now, the other thing that's sort of disconcerting about this is that the planning department is got a little bit of dysfunction going on. We have a case number 4 and a case 13 that's following yours that they're upset about density. But this, which is much more dense, concern. It's still a concern. The building, again, is too big. Likewise, the city over the past 5 years has tried to detune Whittier. They've removed traffic lights. They're trying to make it more friendly for pedestrians, but this thing puts 260 some cars into that site. Currently, you know, I don't see the Giant Eagle ever really being full, but there's 163 parking spaces there. So there's an issue. You know, so there's no hardship necessary to go to 60 feet. It's just a mathematical equation that says this is the return I get on investment. I heard one of the proponents say that there was a desperate need for this building. I disagree. I don't think there's a desperate need for this building. I think this building's really cool. I think it's well designed. I think that it needs further refinement. It needs to handle how it touches the ground on its service side, which is Grant. And I'm not going to support this.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mike.
Not to belabor a point, but once again, you proceeded with polling the members without giving me the opportunity to say anything in rebuttal. And, you know, I've been appearing in front of this commission for 34 years in one capacity or another, 4 years as the statutory agent responsible for enforcing the zoning and building code in Columbus. And I've had an epiphany with age, 38 years in the business, and I've realized something I call inverse proportionality. And that is more than not, the more I speak, the less our chances for approval. So I'm going to be straightforward and to the point. What we have gone through in this process has been scrutiny, the likes of which I haven't seen, but we passed muster. Despite the fact that we were dealing with a civic association that continued as recently as right now on our screens to propagate, promulgate, publicize a false narrative for the entire pendency of our application, never once acknowledging the changes that were made, never once acknowledging the compromises that were made, going from dropping our units by 70, incurring an additional $3 million expense in doing that, and putting underground parking. But whether you're in a court of law or in front of this development commission, and Mr. Ingerson, I hold you in the highest regard, but quite frankly, I strongly disagree with you. But whether you're in court in front of, there's one universal truism, and that is you cannot change the facts. The facts in this matter are that after a year's worth of, we received approval from the Area Commission Zoning Committee and from the Area Commission. We passed muster with the planning staff, who you have issue with on 2 other cases, that are not my responsibility. And that planning staff put us through a lot of gyrations to make sure that we did meet the C2, P2 standard for mixed use category 3. And you ought to read it because it allows our density under the standards that we have set for this development. We've also passed muster after multiple iterations with the traffic access study that eliminated vision triangles, and with the traffic impact study that received approval after 5 separate submissions. We've also received approval from the Parking Bureau, who held our feet to the fire till we got to the magical 1-for-1 parking. And there's no escaping the fact that this city in general, and this area in particular, which is not in German Village, it's in the Southside Area Commission, it needs market rate attainable housing. We need built up and not out, as Director Celebrezzi pointed out to you last month. And finally, I must address the reality in which we have lived in since March 2020. The pandemic era like this has found that projects like this that are able to move forward despite the widespread collateral damage, not only to our economy, but to every aspect of our life. Projects like this that have dotted the I's, crossed the T, and brought you a full baked cake deserve your approval. Per instructions of the chair, we did supplement our application with the Sun study. We did continue the dialogue on 2 separate occasions with representatives of the German Village Society and Schumacher. Tonight, we provided additional information regarding the shadow study, how we shared what pedestrian experience, how it will be improved, how our design is sensitive to the neighbors' properties, and the public art aspects, I think, quite frankly, speaks for themselves. If not now, when? If not the Pizzuti Company, who? In the 30 years I've had the honor to represent the Pizzuti family, they have had an unparalleled reputation for delivery of iconic legacy projects that improve the quality of life in the neighborhoods by their mere presence and engagement in all aspects of the communities where they locate. For these reasons, I respectfully request your recommendation of approval of the zoning. This cake has been fully baked. And Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, I believe that there was a consensus of a majority of members, but I kind of lost track. So
I didn't hear my comments, so I want to make a couple comments and then we will take the vote.
Thank you.
I had an office in 1985, 86, through the late 80s in Charleston, South Carolina. When I first got married, I lived in German Village, and a while later, I moved into an office in the old St. Mary's School on Mohawk Street. So I'm very familiar with German Village and all its qualities. In Charleston, if you wanted to do anything to a building, you needed to draw every detail of every building up and down the street on both sides of the street to even get in the door to talk about it. And yet, even then, they found out they couldn't make it as a historic district unless they built the Omni Hotel and a few other buildings that seemingly didn't fit the fabric. So I'm torn a little bit by this decision that has to be made, but I come down on the side of, I believe this applicant has touched all the bases with the city and has made the efforts to make this a contributing project for the area. And the area isn't just a couple streets, it's a wider area. At one time when I first got on the commission, I went into a meeting assuming I would vote yes for a CVS on Whittier Street, further east from this location. But I changed my mind. I voted no because they did not do anything to fit in. I think this project has done a lot to fit in, as much as could possibly be, way more than was done to fit in on Lane Avenue and most definitely in the Dublin Bridge Park area. So I'm going to vote yes to give this project an opportunity to go forward, because on the weight of both sides of this argument, and there are very strong arguments both ways, the city has to do something, and they have to do it fast, and they have to do it well. And this project crosses the threshold of doing it well. So I'm gonna call for the vote now, and I've made my comments. Everybody else has made theirs. It should be no shock to how the vote comes out. Please call the roll.
John Ingwerson.
First of all, I would like to apologize to Mr. Shannon, who I greatly respect. And just, I have my opinion, and it's going to go on the fact sheet to City Council. And they, we're the first hearing before they get to it. So I am going to vote no. I think it needs more work.
Kay Onwukwe.
I'm gonna preface my answer with this comment. I think when you look at the building in general, I think, hello? When you look at the building in general, the height issue is one a couple of the opponents have raised, but in reality, the building actually steps back. So it has that ziggurat effect. So while you're walking on the street, it's not really overwhelming. Unfortunately, German village streets are very narrow. So that's why I think a three-dimensional aerial view would have been very helpful, so that you can relate the new project to the contextual buildings around it. When you look at the building that I'm looking at, I think Barbara Bowers is using as her image there. That is massive. So when someone looks at that building, it's very deceiving. But being a trained architect, I'm able to make a reference to your building section, your elevation, to actually realize that in reality, that is not what the building looks like. So, and also when you look at your building elevations, it's very, very two-dimensional. It looks like a block. So Columbus need housing. There's no question about that. The neighborhoods are going to change. I'll commend you. You have made effort to actually address the street level, which is where people will see the building in most cases, by stepping the building back. And you were able to do the same thing vertically by stepping it back also. So it's not as overwhelming as it looks on plan and as it looks on building elevation. So for that reason, I'm going to vote yes.
Marty Anderson.
I'm not nearly that eloquent, but I will somewhat reluctantly vote no.
Amanda Golden.
Yes.
And Chair Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Now, an information sheet will go forward to City Council with each member's comments indicating why we voted the way we voted, what our concerns were, and what we were impressed with. You have another month before you go to City Council, but I think the team has earned a chance to go to City Council and take this thing further. Okay, we are finished with case number 12, and we have agreed to take a 15-minute pause so we can recharge our batteries for the next leg of the relay race. So it is 8:54 p.m. We will reconvene no later than 9:10 p.m. for the next case. And Shannon is our school teacher, and she will hold everybody in jug if they're not back in time.
I sure will.
Okay,
Thank
there
you.
we go. 15 minutes. Yo, dude. Mike? Mute my other phone. When Shannon, I'm back on the team.
Me too.
Having a cookie. Is the staff disapproval still valid for this case number 13?
Yes.
Okay.
It is what it is.
Okay.
So Shannon, why didn't you cook for all of us during the break and send us something?
Marty, even back in the old days, even if you only had 8 cases, they would break halfway through the agenda and order in pizzas and take a half-hour, 45-minute break. We were lucky to get out of there by midnight most of the time.
Well, that's just crazy.
Yeah. That didn't go that way long after I got in there.
Hopefully we don't return to those days when we meet in person again.
Yeah.
You said 9:10 we would reconvene?
9:10.
It's 9:10.
All right. Does your screen light up with who's tuned in? And I don't see very many people.
Hey, Mike.
Yes, sir.
I know we can't ask this applicant where Dimebag Darnell's grave is, but
I remember that.
But he did get killed. But he did get killed here.
I do remember that. It was a bad night, man.
I know the stone with his memorial is still on site.
Is it really? Well, I guess they can't develop now.
It's like an EPA cleanup site. I think you got to dig out 10 feet below. There's probably still chalk lines there. Didn't some cop like save the day, or it would have been much, much worse?
Yeah.
Yes, Officer Niemeyer.
Oh man, you know the story. That's great.
And I can also tell you that Daryl's final resting place is in Texas. It's not on this site.
Oh. See, there goes the rumors. Could be a conspiracy. All right, we're gonna get back to business because Shannon's gonna shoot us off when we get started. Add us to that list. Case number 13, Z20-049, 5055 Sinclair Road.
The site consists of 2 parcels developed with a former entertainment venue in the manufacturing district. Ordinance 1462-2020, CG 20-031, permitting a multi-unit residential development with up to 180 units was passed by City Council on July 20th, 2020. As a condition of that ordinance, the applicant requests the AR1 apartment residential district to permit said multi-unit residential development. North of the site is a used car dealership in the M manufacturing dealership or district. South of the site is undeveloped land in the M manufacturing district. East of the site is a commercial building in the C4 commercial district and an office warehouse in the M1 manufacturing district. And west of the site is railroad right-of-way. Concurrent CV 20-117 has been filed and includes a use variance to permit the existing monopole telecommunication antenna to remain and variances for parking space dimensions and perimeter yard. That request will be heard by City Council and will not be considered at this Development Commission meeting. The site is within the planning boundaries of the Northland 1 area plan, which recommends employment center land uses at this location. The site is located within the boundaries of the Northland Community Council, whose recommendation is for approval. The requested AR1 apartment residential district will permit the site to be developed with a multi-unit residential development. The proposed zoning district and allowable density is comparable to the request approved with Ordinance 1462-2020. The Planning Division does not support the request as it is inconsistent with employment center land use recommendation of the Northland 1 area plan for this location, although the proposal is for affordable housing and has been approved conceptually by City Council with the passage of CV 20-031. Additionally, the requested zoning district does not match the development pattern along this portion of Sinclair Road, and therefore City Department's recommendation is for disapproval, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you for that. Traffic, Dan, are you on board? You're muted, Dan. There you go. You're good. Are you having traffic issues here?
Sorry, I was double muted. All traffic issues have been resolved.
Okay. And Kathy, are you available?
There are no recreation parks concerns.
Okay, great. Are there any speakers for this proposal?
Sure. Dave Perry here on behalf of the applicant, Chair Fitzpatrick.
Dave, you want to add anything to the staff's presentation?
Well, yeah, let me make sure you all know that Scott Skinner with the NRP group is on the call with me also. Scott is the project manager for this NRP project.
Okay.
NRP, I'm sure all or most of you are familiar with, is a national level developer and property owner manager, 26,000 units and counting nationally. They're based in Cleveland and have done quite a number of projects in Columbus for affordable housing. This zoning started about a year ago, maybe slightly less, as a variance application for affordable housing, which is consistent with city policy on how affordable housing is being sought and assisted with process issues. And by that, the city supports affordable housing projects proceeding by variance when the developer is not the property owner, and to facilitate timing relative to obtaining Ohio Housing Finance Agency or other funding for the affordable housing project. So in July of 2020, Columbus City Council passed a variance to the manufacturing district to permit the 180 unit project by variance. And a condition of that city policy is that there is a follow-up rezoning. So NRP has obtained OFA and other financing for the project, and the engineers and architects are rapidly proceeding to submittal of a permit for the project based on the variance. So we've once the project was a go with NRP, the rezoning application was submitted, and that's what brings us here tonight. As to the plan issues, the Northland plan, the planning staff recommendation was the same on the variance. It was passed by City Council. And relative to the plan, it's had, the terminology has changed a bit over the years, but for the last 25 or 30 years, Northland plans for this area have referred to warehouses and jobs, employment, light industrial, and so on. And it hasn't happened on this site, and it hasn't happened south of this site. As you know, the manufacturing district permits almost all the commercial uses, and it permits hotels and restaurants and so on. And that's what's developed south of this site. So relative to the plan recommendation and the planning staff response on it, I know we have a plan that says what Tim stated, but it's said that in different wording for 25 or 30 years. And we feel it's time to think about that a little differently. It's time to think about it as like, let's provide employees for potential employers in the area. Let's provide employees with, or residents with, good access to the Morse I-71 interchange to get to jobs. Let's supply residents to the area that Sinclair Road could honestly use some help. Let's provide residents to the areas that are customers for the businesses on Morse Road and the Kroger on Morse Road and so on. And let's say, wow, NRP proposes to spend $35 million on an apartment complex that very likely will have other spin-off benefits of property not in the best condition being upgraded or sold for other uses and so on. One of the business owners in the area called me a Northland in support of this project and welcomes the residential component of it versus other businesses. And I know Dave Paul is on the call, but for the second time, Northland supported the variance, the project, and Northland supports this going back through the process steps with this rezoning. And I think I think there's a consideration that it's just time to think of this corridor differently than the Northland plan recommends.
Okay, I understand. And Dave Paul, I'm looking at this list of the 16 cats you had to herd to get a vote on these applications, and my hat's off to you. What are your comments, sir?
I would thank you, Chair Fitzpatrick. Yeah, I would echo actually what Mr. Perry has said, and also point out that our committee is structured a little differently than area commissions. Our committee is populated with member organizations of the Northland Community Council, and one of the member organizations is the Salem neighborhood. And Salem is located just north of this site, a little ways north. Up at Lincoln and Sinclair, and has been there for many, many years. They are somewhat isolated in that they're one of the few Northland neighborhoods, as we think of them anyway, located on the west side of I-71. But if anyone was likely to find this particular application objectionable, I think it would have been the Salem neighborhood, and they are strongly in support. In fact, we tend to defer to the local association to make the motion. So I suspect this particular motion of support came from the Salem neighborhood. Ultimately, we met with Mr. Perry, and I believe Mr. Skinner was there as well. We've discussed this application. We did so on January 27th. The committee did vote unanimously, 15-0, to recommend approval of the application. I just confirmed my notes that the Salem neighborhood I referred to was in fact the community that made that motion. So I would stand strongly behind it. We are very much, as you've heard us say in the past, we believe there's value in the Northland plan, but it does need to be a living document. And this particular area we think is not likely to develop as it was originally envisioned when the plan was put together, and it's time to try something new.
Okay, I appreciate your input and your efforts as usual.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions or comments from the commission? Any souvenir hunters or? Okay, we do not need a motion. There are no opposing voices. So we simply need to call the roll.
Tayan Wukwe.
This whole time.
Hear anything? Did you guys hear anything?
I don't see his name up.
Oh. I thought I saw him join after the break. Okay. I'll proceed. Marty Anderson,
Yes.
Amanda Golden, John Ingerson,
Yeah, even though they didn't do a shadow study, I'm going to vote yes.
Shannon, do we have enough for a vote?
I vote yes, and that gives us 3 yes votes.
Sorry for some. Sorry,
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
back. For some reason, my everything just went blank. Yes, I vote yes too. Sorry.
Okay, Kay voting
Thank you,
yes.
Kay.
Did
And Chair
Amanda
Fitzpatrick,
make
you
it
were a
back?
yes.
Well, even if she votes no, it's still approved. So we'll fill in that open box when she gets back on tap. But at the bare minimum, this application is approved. All right, and Shannon, remind me to come back and get Amanda's vote on. Okay, case 14, 20-086, 88 East 9th, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, 88 East 9th Avenue. Yeah.
The site consists of 9 parcels developed with single unit, 2 unit, and 4 unit dwellings in the R4 residential district and 4 undeveloped parcels in the CPD commercial plan development district. The requested AR3 apartment residential district will permit multi-unit residential development. North of the site are a variety of residential structures in the AR4 apartment residential district. South of the site are multi-unit residential developments in the CPD commercial plan development district. East of the site is a 4-unit dwelling and an office charitable organization in the C4 commercial district. And west of the site is a multi-unit residential development and parking structure in the CPD commercial plan development district. Concurrent CV 20-101 has been filed and includes variances to the building height, vision clearance, density, landscaped area and treatment, lot coverage, building lines, building separation and size, floor area ratio and floor area ratio for a proposed 143-unit apartment building. That is a typo in the staff report, so it should be a 143-unit apartment building. And additionally, a parking reduction variance from 480 required to 143 provided parking spaces is included. That's also been an update. That request will be heard by City Council and will not be considered at this Development Commission meeting. The site is within the planning boundaries of the University District Plan, which recommends high-intensity residential land uses at this location. And the site is also subject to the University District zoning overlay. The site is located within the boundaries of the University Area Commission and the University Impact District Review Board, whose recommendations are both for approval. The proposed AR3 apartment residential district will permit the site to be redeveloped with a multi-unit residential development. This request is consistent with the recommendation of the University District Plan for higher intensity residential land uses at this location and is compatible with adjacent high density and mixed use projects. Additionally, the final design will require approval from the University Impact District Review Board, and therefore City Department's recommendation is for approval.
Okay, any questions of Tim? Okay, Dan, traffic questions?
All traffic issues have been resolved.
And how about recreation and parks, Kathy?
We have no concerns.
Okay, are there any speakers against this project? And is the applicant here?
Chair Fitzpatrick, this is Dave Perry. I'm here as agent for Parallel Company.
Okay, anything you want to add to the presentation, Dave?
Nothing needs to be added. It's been supported extensively all the way through the process, and we are well into the architecture review process with the design review board for the university also.
Right, well, you've touched all the bases and no one's here to oppose, so let's just get on with it and call the roll.
Marty Anderson,
Yes.
Amanda Golden,
Yes.
John Ingwerson,
Yes.
Kay Nwukwe,
Yes.
and Chair Fitzpatrick.
Yes, you are approved. Amanda, you weren't here when we called the roll on the last case, case 13.
Yes, I was putting my daughter to sleep. I'm sorry I missed it.
Well, certain things are priorities. That was, the ones that were here voted yes, so that's 4 yeses. That's all they need for an approval.
Okay.
So I'm just going to put a check mark there.
Great.
For your vote. All right. Let's go to case number 15, Z20-103, 222 West Lane Avenue.
Okay, before I begin, please see the revised CPD text dated 2/11/21 and updated Planning Division stance for this request in the supplemental packet. The site consists of 6 parcels developed with multi-unit residential developments and 2 single-unit dwellings in the AR3 and AR4 apartment residential districts and a parking lot in the CPD Commercial Plan Development District. The applicant requests the CPD Commercial Plan Development District to permit a mixed-use development on the site with 2 subareas. Subarea A will contain a mixed-use building, an apartment building, and a multi-story parking structure totaling 625 bedrooms and 30,065 square feet of commercial use. Subarea B will also contain a mixed-use building and an apartment building totaling 112 bedrooms and 6,909 square feet of commercial use. North of the site are a variety of residential structures in the AR4 apartment residential district. South of the site is the Ohio State University campus in the LUCRPD Limited University College Research Park district. East of the site are several 2-unit dwellings in the R2F residential district and an eating and drinking establishment and fuel sales facility in the C4 commercial district. And west of the site are a variety of residential structures in the AR4 apartment residential district. Concurrent CV 20-118 has been filed and includes a use variance to permit ground floor residential uses in both subareas of the requested CPD district. This request will be heard by City Council and will not be considered at this Development Commission meeting. The site is within the planning boundaries of the University District Plan, which recommends regional mixed-use land uses at this location. The site is also subject to the regional commercial subarea of the University District zoning overlay. The site is located within the boundaries of the University Area Commission, whose recommendation is for approval. The CPD text includes use restrictions and supplemental development standards that address building height, parking arrangements, site access, and building materials and exterior treatments for both subarea A and subarea B. Additionally, the text includes a variance to increase the building height in subarea A and to permit the required parking for uses in subarea B to be located within subarea A. The text includes a commitment to develop the site in accordance with the submitted site plan. The proposed CPD Commercial Plan Development District will permit mixed-use development within 2 subareas. The CPD text includes use restrictions and supplemental development standards that address building height, parking, site access, and building materials and design for both subareas. Variances for building height in subarea A and to provide the required parking for subarea B within subarea A are included in the text. The request is consistent with the recommendation of the University District Plan for regional mixed use at this location. Staff notes that the request is replacing an existing 11-story residential structure and that the proposal steps down as it moves towards lower intensity residential uses, which aids in compatibility of the proposal to adjacent uses. Planning supports the use and is generally supportive of the proposed design. There are 8 additional requests that have been made by the Planning Division, and those requests are included in the supplemental packet that have been provided to you. And therefore, City Department's recommendation is for disapproval because of those outstanding requests.
Can you summarize what those outstanding shortcomings consist of?
I just got those today at about 2:30. I know that Dave met with them today, and so if he's comfortable with summarizing them, they're documented for you guys to read more thoroughly.
All right, let's get the traffic and recreation and parks first. Daniel, traffic issues here?
All traffic issues have been addressed.
All right, and Kathy?
No recreation parks concerns.
All right, good. All right, let's, Dave, can you tell us about what these conditions are and where you stand on them?
Sure, happy to. Thank you, Chair Fitzpatrick. Dave Perry here as the agent for the applicant, Arcadia Development and In-Town Homes. Let me tell you also, John Iman with M&A Architects is on the call with me. John is the project architect with M&A. As Tim indicated, but I just want to reiterate, the city staff supports this project and the zoning. The discussion is over some design issues that I will go over. The University Area Commission overwhelmingly supported this project. There was the planning staff responded, I think, Tim, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think early this week on various items. And then John Iman, members of the commission, John Iman and I had a WebEx meeting with planning staff this morning. And on three of the points, the updated text represents commitments or our response to those items. And relative to the list of 8 items, there was a subsequent email sent by the planning staff after the call listing 8 items, but number three is the same language as previously, with added the 4-story frontage with the step back is appropriate for this location. So 3 has been resolved. Number 4 was about a landscape plan, and this is a major project. It's a $140 million construction project, and John and M&A have their hands full for sure. And they just don't have a landscaping plan yet. But so the commitment in the text is that one is provided in conjunction with the final site compliance plan, and that was acceptable. Number 5 was satisfied with discussion of a crosswalk on the internal private street, and there was a crosswalk on it, but it was probably a little on the site plan, but it was probably a little farther north than it should have been, due to where the sidewalk terminates for the man door entrance to the parking garage. So I provided a dimension of where that sidewalk is to occur so that it is aligned with the man door, and pedestrians not going into the garage would then cross within a crosswalk on site. These are not crosswalks on the external streets, but inside within the site. So a couple of the points. There was also a discussion of parking garage screening. This has a large parking garage, and M&A is working on screening. It just hasn't been selected yet. There's some different alternatives that are being considered, and those were shown to the planning staff and were acceptable. The CPD text says that screening will be provided. Relative to design discussion, this is right across the street from OSU, the St. John Arena area. And before this zoning even started, we were meeting with OSU, with Keith Meyer in particular, and campus partners. There was a very strong endorsement of this project. OSU has asked to be kept informed of landscaping and other design issues, and we made that commitment to them. But this project, this is a large undertaking, and it will take M&I many months to unfold all the details of this for the construction. So it's on the details, it's a work in progress. A couple of the planning comments that were not there yet, just because they can't They can't specifically be answered. There's a portion of the western face of one of the buildings that is shown as blank, and John explained that it's mechanical equipment and other things, and the request is vertical elements that break up the flat spaces. I mean, there's a commitment to do that, but it's not something that can be done at this stage with the zoning text. There was a request for brick or stone block bonding patterns that would add a little more design. And again, John responded that he would look at that, but it's not at that stage yet. So I think there are two remaining items that we're not in agreement with, and they're both related. The Harrison House building, it's 11-story apartment building. It was built in 1965. It's beyond any functional use. It's an obsolete building, and there was a request to incorporate it into the project, and that it just cannot be done. There was a study of the functional obsolescence of the building, and it was in the $8 to $10 million just to deal with internal mechanical systems and obsolescence of the building. And at the end of the day, the owners still have a 1965 building with, honestly, with odd floor plans and odd mixes of anywhere from 1 to 6 bedroom apartment units. So incorporating the Harrison House building is just a non-starter. Related to that, there's a request to document the building, and that was part of the discussion this morning relative to whether that's a HABS report or whether it's photo documentation. And photo documentation is committed to. We will share whatever floor plans and original construction documents, if there are any remaining, with the planning staff. But to do a full HABS report on an 11-story building is not manageable for cost or time. The project tears down a newer apartment building on Lane Avenue towards the west side of the project. There's no concern about that. And there are 2 houses on Norwich. Tim, I think you had photos of those, the 2 houses on Norwich. And there's a request to commit to moving them, which this project is on a, yep, yeah, there we go, lower right. There was a request to consider moving them. And, you know, if it's, we all know about moving houses, and you don't move them very far, and it's a whole lot of money to move them. And the question is to where? And in lieu of moving them, there's a request for full HABS reports on both houses. And they're nice houses. They've been used for student housing for many years. But they're also characteristic of many in the area. And we have committed to doing photo documentation of the houses also for the record, but prefer not to do HABS reports because of time and cost. You all know that student housing is a little different animal in terms of timing. And this project is a 3-year construction project to fully build this out. They're anticipating occupancy on the project in September of 2024, with pre-leasing starting in February 2024 and construction start in June of this year. And hitting those construction or hitting that timing with student rental is important, and it makes the difference. It can make the difference of a project being half empty or not viable for a whole nother year while the student rental cycle comes around. So on the design issues that were discussed, the blank wall where there's mechanical equipment or different patterns in the stone or mortar joints and so on, John committed to working with the planning staff on those, updating them as plans are available. So I don't think there's a whole lot of disagreement other than not doing HABS reports on the 3 buildings.
Right. A lot of this stuff is not pertinent to the actual appropriateness or non-appropriateness of use. It's just details to measure conformance with promises made. What sort of safeguards do we have that all these commitments and handshake agreements are going to be carried out? Is there a
Well, in the
pro forma?
in the text submitted to Tim today, 3 of the points are updated and are part of the text. And that's the landscaping plan to be provided in conjunction with the city entitlement process with the final site compliance plan.
Okay.
The crosswalk on the internal private drive will be moved, and I have a specific dimension now where it's to occur. And there's a commitment in the text now to photo documentation of the building. So the our clients, the developer, and John and M&A Architects have already committed to OSU to share details as the project moves along. But Ohio State University is not asking to show bond patterns or particular sections of wall before the project can proceed, and that's the distinction.
Yeah, and the use is consistent with what was there. It's just 12 updates to the code since 1965, and
Yep, and the use has been the use and the redevelopment has been supported by everybody, including the planning staff and the area commission.
And I think Ohio State keeps a really close look on their surrounding image. As far east as the fairgrounds and quite a surrounding area.
Sure.
Okay. Anybody have any comments or questions along the lines of appropriateness of the commission? Okay, hearing none, I think we need a motion to accept the 2/11/21, which is today, updated text as a part of this application. Give me a motion, please, somebody.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
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 Okay, please call the roll.
Amanda Golden,
Yes.
John Ingwerson,
Yes.
Kayan Wukwe,
Yes.
Marty Anderson,
Maybe it's because it's late. It feels premature to me. I trust State Perry implicitly, but it just felt that there were too many pieces not connected. So I'm voting no, not because I think the use is inappropriate. I just feel there are loose ends that I haven't heard the resolution to.
Chair Fitzpatrick.
I'm voting yes, but I do agree that if this was anywhere else, it probably would be a project for tabling, but it's pretty close to the vest across the street from Ohio State, dominated by Ohio State, so I can lean that way. So this is approved, and we will have you all have the basis sheets sent to you. So this is another one where we have to fill in some comments to why we voted the way we voted and what our concerns were. Okay, let's move forward to case number 16, Z20-102 3945 South Hamilton Road.
The site comprised of a portion of a parcel is zoned in the CPD Commercial Plan Development District, which permits C4 commercial district uses. The requested CPD Commercial Plan Development District would allow the site to be developed with a car wash, a C5 commercial district use. To the north of the site is a future grocery store in the CPD Commercial Plan Development District. To the south is a future fuel sales, convenience store, and eating and drinking establishment in the CPD Commercial Plan Development District. To the east, across South Hamilton Road,
is commercial development in the LC4 Limited Commercial District. To the west is an extended stay hotel under construction in the CPD Commercial Plan Development District. The site is not within a planning area that gives land use recommendations, but is subject to the recommendations of the Columbus Citywide Planning Policies Design Guidelines. The site is located within the boundaries of the Greater Southeast Area Commission, whose recommendation is for approval. The development text commits to a site plan and includes development standards addressing site access, landscaping, building design, lighting, and graphics provisions. The variance to not provide an exclusive bypass lane for the car wash is included in this request. The requested CPD Commercial Plan Development District will allow the development of a car wash. The CPD text establishes supplemental development standards, including a commitment to monument-style ground signs. Additionally, the site plan reflects increased landscaping along the Blakestone Lane frontage, consistent with C2P2 design guidelines. Therefore, City Department's recommendation is for approval, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions? Dan, traffic issues?
All traffic issues have been resolved.
Wonderful. That's such a good thing to hear. Kathy, how about Recreation and Parks?
Recreation and Parks has no concerns.
Okay, great. You have staff approval and Greater South approval. Are there any opposition speakers tonight? Okay, Dave, you have any comments?
Just for the record, Dave Perry here on behalf of the applicant, Moo Car Wash, and Jeff Gilger, VP of Development for Moo is on the call with me, but we have no further comments.
All right, we have no further recourse but to call the roll.
John Ingerson,
Yes.
Tan Wukwe,
Yes.
Marty Anderson,
Yes. Yes.
Amanda Golden,
Yes.
and Chair Fitzpatrick.
Yes, you're approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Our very last case of the evening, Z20-104, 915 West Fifth Avenue. And I need to recuse myself, so John Ingerson, it's all yours.
Great.
And Chair, there's actually two more cases, one more
There's-
after this one.
Oh, yeah, I didn't look deep enough there. All right, our second to last case. I thought it was my time off, but no. Okay, John, it's yours.
Yeah. So Mike's already read in Z20-104, 915 West Fifth Avenue. Staff report, please.
In your supplemental packet is an updated development text. The site consists of 9 parcels developed with the former White Castle District office and warehouse uses in the M Manufacturing District. The applicant proposes to redevelop the site as 2 sub-areas with 2 mixed-use buildings in the CPD Commercial Plan Development District. The buildings in sub-area A and B will be connected with a pedestrian bridge above South Avenue. Sub-area A proposes a 5-story building with 3,500 square feet of commercial space and 143 dwelling units. Sub-area B proposes a 5-story building with 3,950 square feet of commercial space, 53 dwelling units, and structured parking with 326 parking spaces. The structured parking will provide the code-required parking for both sub-areas. To the north of the site, across West Fifth Avenue, is commercial development in the M Manufacturing District. To the south and east is commercial development, including the Goodwill Columbus headquarters and manufacturing uses in the M Manufacturing District. To the west is commercial development in the M Manufacturing District and a multi-unit residential development in the AR3 Apartment Residential District. Concurrent CV 20-119 has been filed to permit ground floor dwelling units in both subarea A and B. That request will be heard by City Council and will not be considered at this Development Commission meeting. Hey, Kate, could you mute your microphone? I think there's some background noise coming from your microphone. Perfect. Thank you. The site is within the planning boundaries of the 5th by Northwest Area Plan, which recommends mixed-use land uses for subarea A and light industrial land uses for subarea B. Additionally, the plan includes adoption of the Columbus Citywide Planning Policies Design Guidelines. C2P2 guidelines further state that the priority should be placed on the revitalization of Columbus's older neighborhoods through infill development in order to provide economic opportunities and an improved quality of life for all residents. The appropriateness of infill development should be measured in terms of height, width, setbacks, and lot coverage. Projects that are proposed at a density higher than the recommended land use may be supported if they include a high level of site and architectural design. The site is located within the boundaries of the 5th by Northwest Area Commission, whose recommendation is for approval. The development text commits to a site plan and includes development standards addressing setbacks, site access, building design, and graphics provisions. Variances in the CBD text are included to reduce the minimum numbers of required parking spaces in subarea A from 231 to 0, provided that all 231 spaces will be provided in the parking garage in subarea B, and to permit a maximum building height of 68 feet in the H60 height district. The requested CPD, Commercial Plan Development District, will allow mixed-use development. Planning staff is generally supports the proposal. The 5th by Northwest Area Plan supports high-density and mixed-use development along 5th Avenue, as long as they contribute to street-level activity, respect adjacent neighborhoods, utilize quality building materials, and demonstrate good architectural design. Planning's assessment is that this project utilizes quality building materials and demonstrates good site and architectural design. Planning Division staff continues to request parking structure screening along South Avenue elevation. The revised text that is included in your supplemental packet addresses that planning comment. While staff notes the garage is lot front West 5th Avenue, it is directly south of a surface parking lot at 955 West 5th Avenue, giving it a higher degree of visibility than the primary corridor. Staff notes that notes revisions to elevations and continues to encourage a more defined roof line and parapet on all elevations, but will not condition support on this revision. Lastly, staff notes that the site's location is on a primary corridor with access to a variety of transit options. Planning staff would be in support of an additional parking variance if pursued and consistent with C2P2 design guidelines. For the Division of Traffic Management, a right-of-way dedication of 50 feet from the center line of West 5th Avenue will be required per 4309.17. Once the issues are resolved with Division of Traffic Management, City Department's recommendation will be for full approval. Right now, City Department's recommendation is for conditional approval based on that right-of-way dedication exemption request. But staff is in support of the planning comments have been addressed. So it's just those outstanding traffic comments, which is just the right-of-way dedication is the outstanding comment. So like I said, City Department's recommendation is for conditional approval, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Traffic, Daniel?
Like what was mentioned, the proposed site layout conflicts with the right-of-way dedication requirement per the Columbus Thoroughfare Plan and Columbus Code. A right-of-way dedication exception request was submitted late this afternoon, and so that request would need to be reviewed and approved before we could support the proposed site layout.
Okay. Is that which is that? Which right of way are we talking about? The South Avenue?
The West
Or
Fifth
the
Avenue.
alley? Hmm?
The West Fifth Avenue right away. The thoroughfare plan would require dedication of a total of 50 feet from center line, which would be approximately 20 additional feet, I believe.
And shown on the plan, it's a 60-foot width and it needs to go to 100?
That is correct.
Okay. And well, we can ask Dave in a minute, but okay, Parks? Kathy, have you got any
I was
comment?
muted. We have no comments.
Okay. Do we have any, do we have anyone, pardon me, do we have anyone here to speak that opposes this? David Perry, you are the applicant, yes?
Hi, good evening, Mr. Ingerson. This is Dave Perry. I'm the agent for White Castle Company and Elford Development. Representatives of White Castle and Elford are on the call with me, as are others of the design team also.
Would you like to go ahead with your presentation?
Yes, certainly. Thank you. The project is as stated by staff. There are two development areas that are separated by a public right-of-way called South Lane. The north area, Area A, referred to in the zoning, there you go, thank you, is a rectangle that fronts on West Fifth Avenue and is proposed to be developed with a five-story building with commercial use on the Fifth Avenue frontage and apartments, including some ground level apartments behind the commercial storefront. And then the sub area B is to the right of your screen. It's a rectangle that fronts on Norton and the south side of South Avenue and is proposed to be developed with a parking structure bookended on the east and west ends by buildings, the Norton Avenue building having ground level commercial and apartments above, and the east building having 5 stories of apartments. The interesting thing about one of the interesting things about this project is there have been many projects in the 5th by Northwest Area Commission area that have had parking variances, and White Castle and Elford have designed this project to be code compliant with the number of parking spaces. The parking structure will actually exceed the number of required spaces for the project, but the parking garage is on the south parcel separated by the street, and a pedestrian bridge connection has been designed to cross South Lane at the 3rd level. So the city, it's compliant with the area plan. It's compliant with city interests in density and going up. We talked about going up on other applications rather than out, and providing that urban density that we're looking for and that the city's looking for. It's also subject to the city CRA area that requires a 5-story building, which is what this is. On the right-of-way issue, Fifth Avenue is on the city thoroughfare plan, and Fifth Avenue is designated as a 100-foot right-of-way, West Fifth Avenue. And 4 miles, West Fifth Avenue is a 60-foot right-of-way. The characteristic of the old arterial, West Fifth Avenue, is close building setbacks and or close parking lots. And so while we are subject to review of not providing the right-of-way, I have requested a right-of-way waiver, and the risk honestly is all ours, because if the plan is developed with the right-of-way waiver in mind, There have been other right-of-way waivers on this corridor, West Fifth Avenue, the view on Fifth, a half a block west of this site, a 5-story building at Fifth and Norton was built without a right-of-way waiver. So we are going through the process of that right-of-way review. I think the anticipation is that it will be waived, and but I understand, and Elford and White Castle understand that process needs to be completed. So relative to the conditional approval, the condition is fine, but taking 20 feet of right-of-way from this property or 100 feet of right-of-way in total would have enormous ramifications for the corridor with eminent domain on many, many buildings and properties. So completely acknowledge it's an outstanding detail, but one that we believe will be resolved.
I'm going to ask again, is there anybody here to speak against this case? Do we have to accept any comments from any commissioners?
Hi, yeah, I'm the zoning chair for the 5th by Northwest Area Commission.
Oh, Justin, please.
Hi, thank you so much, Chair. So I do want to say that our vote, while we did end up approving it, it was a 3-2 vote. I actually personally could have gone either way, and we could have easily have, recommended disapproval. I think we recognize the fact that it is an improvement to the existing property. It replaces the manufacturing. This is a very attractive neighborhood, and having more residential options is always fantastic. But I think that there's, on our area commission, there's a split on the density. This is a very high dense project. I mean, it's 5 stories. The view he mentioned, the view on Fifth, that's probably the only 5-story building in this, like, really in this area. There are other 4-story buildings. We appreciate the parking, but I will say that there's also a lot of sensitivities with the parking. The view on Fifth kind of burned the area commission. They ended up charging the residents, and because of that, there's a lot of people that don't use the garage and try to find off-street parking or on-street parking. Sorry. I think that's true also with people in and out of the retail. There's plenty that park across the street from the view on Fifth, especially to avoid the charges. I think that there's some concern around that, but the biggest concern of all is the increase of traffic in the area. Such a large project is going to bring more residents to the area, more shoppers, and Fifth Avenue as is normally bumper to bumper. So there's a lot of concern with that. This would be now the 3rd apartment complex, 4th apartment complex on Norton Avenue. Norton Avenue really was never probably built to handle large apartments and the influx of traffic. So I think it's putting a lot of pressure on that road as well. So that's basically kind of where our area commission stood.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem. Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions?
Yes, this is Kay. I would probably suggest we may probably take the same route we have taken with our previous projects, where if we still have some outstanding issues yet to be resolved, I probably suggest to the applicant to table this and have that issue resolved before you vote on it.
I would agree with Kay. I'm always uncomfortable with conditional approval.
Well, Kay, did you make a motion?
Yes.
Is there a second?
Well, can we, Chair Ingerson, can we talk about that a little bit?
Sure.
Okay. There's the view on Fifth is an example. This is one of the few projects in the area that complies with code required parking. It's an urban area. There's going to be traffic. There's going to be parking issues, but the area plan supports this project, and Elford and White Castle have gone to great lengths with the thoughtful design of the project and addressing parking. The risk, this is not unusual. There have been other projects that have gone through the Development Commission with right-of-way issues outstanding, and the commission has just passed them as a condition, and that's completely acceptable. And the risk on this is not it's not the cities, it's not the commissions, it's Elford's and White Castle's. If the city requires the right-of-way dedication, that building fronting Fifth Avenue has to be redesigned, and we would be back. The zoning would have to be reheard because the project would have changed. So, this right-of-way issue outstanding is number one's not unusual, and it's completely at the developer's risk. On the traffic issues in general, yes, there was discussion of traffic, as there is often with development proposals, but that it was kind of a generic discussion of traffic. The city did not require a traffic study on this. If they had, it would have been done. And I think what you're seeing is the success of the Fifth by Northwest Area Commission. It's an attractive place to build, and it's an attractive place to live. There have been other apartment buildings built, and there will no doubt be more, but we'd really like to proceed with this with the condition of the commission of approval of the right-of-way waiver that's been requested. And if it's not approved, then there isn't a zoning. It has to come back through anyway.
And if I may, this is Paul Sipp, and I represent Turkey Run. We are the owners of 955 West Fifth Avenue. And full disclosure, my dad ran real estate at White Castle for a number of years. But as for our company, we're quite pleased to see this project going forward. We think it will be quite beneficial to our shopping center. And so I've been taking pictures to show to the board and the shareholders of our company. But this project makes us happy, and we're probably as much affected by it as anyone.
Paul, you're the next door property owner?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, right. I thought I remembered the Turkey Run name.
Yep. Yep. And we know each other when we both had darker hair too.
Yeah.
Marty and Kay, have you changed any of your opinion on this given that response?
No.
No.
You're certainly welcome to make a motion and we vote on it. That's the only thing I can do.
I don't think it's appropriate for me to make a motion. I'm just expressing my opinion about conditional approval. I don't disagree with the project. It's just the timing of it.
Well, Kay, it seems to me that what I heard was that this is all on the risk of the waiver for the right-of-way to be 100 feet instead of the existing 60 feet. And that if their waiver doesn't pass, that then they have to redesign and come back through anyway. So I don't know. I don't know that there's any other issue other than the right of way. Certainly the parking and the traffic are according to Hoyle at this point.
Don, I'd like to bring up that the Chick-fil-A #2 also had a right-of-way exception issue. And because that site they built into their CPD text that their setbacks might be adjusted because of the outcome of the right-of-way exception. Because this site is so close to the road, they can't do that. But I just wanted to let you guys know that you already voted on one application tonight that had the same exact scenario.
I'm comfortable with calling for the vote.
So we are voting on conditional use, conditional approval?
Yes.
You're voting on the proposal in front of you now. If they have to dedicate right-of-way, they'll have to redesign, and you'll see it again anyway. So it's basically you're voting on the proposal as it's in front of you right now, with the applicant's assumption that they're not going to have to dedicate right-of-way. If they have to dedicate right-of-way, they'll be back here with a new plan.
But the disapproval was changed to conditional approval.
If you want to condition it on a satisfactory outcome of the right-of-way exception, you can do that, but that's going to have to happen anyway. It's not like a traffic impact study with conditions that still have to be put into a text. It's just they're showing one setback, and if the right-of-way exception is not approved, then they're going to have to come back to you with a new plan with new setbacks, with a new site design. So I think you just have to kind of think about it in the sense that the exception would be approved.
So the question is, if the right-of-way exception is approved, then the setback of this building will be characteristic of many of the setbacks on West Fifth Avenue. If it's not approved, we don't have a project and it has to come back through.
That's the way I understand it as well. Kay, it's your call. If you want to make a motion to conditional approve, that's fine. Otherwise, we can vote.
Well, based on what Shannon and Dave said, it looks like it's gonna be based on the conditional approval anyway, based on whatever we vote. So they still have to come back if the setback is not accepted, right?
That's the way I understand it, yes.
Okay, go ahead, you can call the vote.
Okay, call the vote, please.
Okay, Marty Anderson.
No, only because of the concept of conditional approval. I don't disapprove the project in the main.
Amanda Golden.
Yes.
Ken Wukwe.
Yes, reluctantly, I'm gonna say yes.
Vice Chair Ingerson.
Yes. You are approved, and good luck.
Very good, thank you.
I'll turn it back over to Mike, but I have one question just procedurally. When we do CPDs, we are agreeing to the site plan in front of us. Is that correct, Shannon?
That is correct. But for the Chick-fil-A site, written into that CPD text was a sentence that said, these are our setbacks, but if we have to give right-of-way, they're going to be shifted accordingly. So that would not have to come back before you guys because they had that sentence in their text.
Okay, and Also, we also approve CPDs with a rider on them that says, in fact, if the engineering makes some adjustment, then we also have, that we've agreed to that and that things will shift as they must. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah. Slight adjustments are under the purview of the administration and the chief zoning official. If we feel something is too egregious, then we would have them come back to you guys for a registration.
Okay, okay, thank you.
You ready for the last case, Mike? Fitzpatrick? He's on mute. Mike, you're on mute.
He's taking a nap.
He's taking a nap.
No, I was practicing to be a mime. Z20-083 1550 Kenny Road.
This application was tabled at the January 2021 Development Commission meeting to allow more time for design-related issues to be resolved. The site consists of one parcel, which is developed with a medical office in the C4 commercial district. The requested AR3 apartment residential district will permit a multi-unit residential development. To the north of the site is a fuel sales facility in the LC5 limited commercial district and car wash in the C5 commercial district. To the south is a multi-unit residential development in the C4 commercial district. To the east are single and multi-unit dwellings in the R4 residential district. To the west, across Kenny Road, is a data center in the AR1 apartment residential district. Concurrent CV20-094 has been filed to vary the parking setback line, building line, rear yard, and lot coverage. That request will be heard by City Council and will not be considered at this Development Commission meeting. The site is within the planning area of the 5th by Northwest area plan, which recommends medium density mixed residential uses for this location. The plan recommends that higher densities should be focused on the area's primary corridors. Additionally, the plan recommends this location for medium density mixed residential, which does not have specific density recommendations, but does speak to maintaining existing densities and demonstrating that new development will not adversely impact the existing nature of the area. Additionally, the plan includes adoption of C2P2 design guidelines. The site is located within the boundaries of the 5th by Northwest Area Commission, whose recommendation is for approval. The requested AR3 apartment residential district will allow a multi-unit residential development. Planning staff supports this proposal on the condition that the landscaping around the parking spaces and the inclusion of a masonry wall to screen to the greatest extent possible is shown on the site plan, as committed to with a concurrent council variance. Staff notes that while the proposed density exceeds the recommendation of the 5th by Northwest neighborhood plan, the provision of affordable housing as part of the application is considered a mitigating factor in moving to support. The Division of Traffic Management supports this application based on the requested unrestricted zoning district. There's still a number of comments that need to be addressed for the concurrent council variance prior to submitting that ordinance to City Council. The City Department's recommendation is for approval.
Okay, Dan, any traffic issues here?
Just to note, the pending comments that were referenced are design details that are typically worked out through the final site compliance plan process. And since the council variance is committing to a site plan, they have to be worked out ahead of time in this case. Otherwise, we have no concerns about this application.
Okay, Kathy, Recreation Parks issues?
Recreation Parks has no concerns.
Wonderful. Okay. I see the applicant is here. Is anyone here to speak, Shannon, on this application?
If If Justin Shaw is still here, he's with the Fifth by Northwest Area Commission, if he would like to speak.
Okay, I don't see him showing up here. Okay, David, are you representing the applicant here? Is there anything you'd like to add to the application or to the presentation? Oh, you're on mute, buddy.
Thanks. David Hodge, attorney for the applicant, Preferred Living. You'll recall we were here last month. I think the comment was go back and get to work on some of the lingering issues and come back this month and get approved in 5 minutes, which got me all giddy. I didn't know I was going to be the last case on the agenda, though, to get to that 5 minutes. So we worked with traffic, we worked with planning. The issues are resolved. City staff recommendation of approval, Fifth by Northwest Area Commission recommendation of approval. Happy to answer questions. Would love to hold you to your 5-minute promise last month.
Oh, we still got another hour and a half if we want it. That's what it was last time.
Please no.
Any questions or comments from the commission? Anybody?
Hi. Do you mind if I say something?
No, Justin, fine. Welcome your comments.
So I just want to say that we were very much in favor of this development. We did have some concerns with traffic, but I would say that they've been really gracious in working with us through many different proposals. And I think that they've taken a lot of our considerations into, or a lot of our requests into consideration into their new what's being presented right now. So it has our support.
Okay, Justin, while we're at it, we definitely appreciate the efforts you go through with hearing these cases each month and giving your input. It really helps.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, we do not need to call a motion on anything. We have staff approval. We have area commission approval. Please call the vote.
Amanda Golden.
Yes.
John Ingwerson.
Yes.
Tian Wukwe.
Yes.
Marty Anderson.
Yes.
And Chair
That
Fitzpatrick.
was 5 yeses. Did y'all hear it? Write it. Keep it that way in your records.
Before I cast my vote, I would like to thank whoever it is at the city that's organizing this video cast. Thank you for putting the palm tree and the tiki hut on the screen, because it's the only thing that got me through this long, tedious agenda. And with that, I will vote yes and move that we call this meeting adjourned.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Bye, all.
Thanks again.
Before the development commission members go, everybody else could go if they want. Since the policy item was tabled, do you want to have that at 5:30, the next meeting that it's scheduled for?
Well, how many cases are we staring at next month?
Hopefully not this many, but there could be at least 10 to 12. We've been getting slammed.
I do not mind the 5:30 start because I'm down here anyway, but it depends on people